Boom. Hey folks, how's everyone doing? I thought this was an interesting trial and we're going to talk about it. And we're going to talk about it with the help of a very clear plastic item cuz yeah. I had to go and dig for this to find the clearest plasticiest thing I possibly could because yeah, it's got to be real obvious. So, I'm a little late getting started, and the reason why I'm a little late is that some jackass tried to, well, I say tried to, like there was intention. Some jackass almost took me out, and it was through being a pure jackass as opposed to like actual intentionality. But yeah, I was driving. So there was a package for me at the post office. It was a gun. And so I went to the post office. I dropped off a thing to get sent. I picked up a very gun-shaped object that was very much signature required. And I'm like, yeah, that's a gun. So I load that in the back of my car and I'm driving back. And as I'm driving, this truck, this construction vehicle, just like it was a, like a big van, but like, what do you call it? A truck pulls out in front of me, just not looking. And the guy is clearly talking on his phone via earbuds, but he's clearly talking. And he just swings right out in front of me with like nothing. I slam on my brakes, like hard slam on my brakes. And I feel the gun in a box slam into me in the back of my chair at real hard speed. So my back was feeling actually pretty okay. Now it's feeling not great because yeah, it just punched me right in the square of my back through the chair. And yeah, I'm sitting there like I give him the horn a bit and I'm just like, I am so glad, like so very glad that that this didn't turn into an accident, because if it did turn into an accident, guess what? I would be explaining to the cops about the gun that hit me in the back. So yeah, stupid question. I'm presuming the gun is heavy. Yeah, it's fairly chunky. So yeah, it is fairly fairly substantial. All right. So this is the trial of Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Kelsey Fitzsimmons is she is a I don't know if she's a current police officer or a former police officer. I guess probably former police officer. Because her colleagues were called out to her house after her ex got a restraining order against her. And so when the ex got a restraining order against her, that order required them to go in and immediately pick up the kids, grab the kids and all of that. So, yeah, it's the car seat. The car seat is a form of chair. So the, anyway, the, what do you call it? Yeah, it was an adventure. But yes, the, this order was obtained ex parte. And what ex parte means is that the order was obtained without her being present. It was obtained solely on the representation of the other side. Now, the problem with that, and I'm not saying he did, I'm not saying he didn't, I don't know, But the problem with that is that people abuse these orders, because if you're willing to go in and lie, and again, I don't know if he did, I don't know if he didn't, I don't know, but this happens in family law, where if you are willing to bullshit, if you are willing to lie, then you can get these orders even if nothing happened. So, for example, let's imagine me and Mrs. Runkle have a falling out, and it's not planned. But I really want custody of Zora, because, she's cute. If I went and was like, she threatened me with a knife, the judges actually know me, and they'd be like, okay, but you have all the guns. So let's imagine that I am not somebody the judges know, and I go in and I'm like, she threatened me with a knife, and they would be like, okay, that is very serious. Here is your order. And then later it becomes clear that that is not actually the circumstances, and whatever, and the order gets canceled. So, like, as another example of all of this, Janet got a stalking no contact order against me via what do you call it? An ex parte order. And since then, the judge has said, well, there was no basis for an emergency order that was like the one that was granted, so that is revoked. And so, that's kind of like an example. Ex parte orders have an important place in society because, like, sometimes you need it to happen right now, right? And so if you have to do a with notice application, that takes time. Like, they do the ex parte application, and then they schedule another thing for like 2 weeks out, right? That's kind of how that works. But, sometimes you don't have 2 weeks. Sometimes it's like, this person's going to kill me right freaking now. So you got to go and bring the order right freaking now. So the problem is that you can't really get rid of ex parte orders. There just isn't a good way to do that, right? Because they're necessary sometimes. They can be really important. But you also have to be mindful of the fact that they can be abused. And so, and anytime you send the cops to someone's house, it can be dangerous, right? By the way, I just accidentally rubbed hot sauce into my eye. So if you see me making a face, it's because I made a bad life choice just a second ago, touching my eye when it's oof. That's gonna sting. Okay. I just accidentally sauced my eyeball. Yeah, that is not where that goes. Okay, so you just have to be mindful of these considerations. Now, the thing is we don't know what's going on here. We don't know if Kelsey Fitzsimmons is an innocent. We don't know if she's not. What we have here is a situation where ultimately we are going to have arguments about that. That's what this trial's about. So, and here's the problem. Best way to handle ex parte orders would be stiff penalties for misrepresenting something and actually prosecuting them. The problem is that in most cases, you can't prove that happened, right? You can't prove that they misused the order, and you can't prove that they didn't. What you can establish is that there isn't any evidence to one way or the other, like that there isn't any evidence to justify the order. I set a goal. I don't have a good goal thing, so I'm just putting R.I.P. Runkle's eye. So the and you don't want to terrify people who might actually be you don't want to terrify people who might actually be legitimately seeking it. Because the thing is that the people who most need these orders are often some of the people least likely to apply for them. And and abusers can scare their victims by saying things like, oh yeah, and you could go get a restraining order, and then I'm going to get that restraining order busted and you're going to go to jail or whatever it is, right? So in Canada, we have, in my area, we have something called a shipping off and shipping off order. And interestingly, I used to work for one of those shipping offs, right? I think it's the second one. I think it's the second shipping off. And that was a family law case around a restraining order, etc., from one shipping off to the other shipping off. And what ended up happening is that the court said, A, this order is bullshit, but B, because it's bullshit, in order to bring another ex parte order, you have to pay the costs from the last one before we'll let you do another ex parte order. That is about as punishy as they get, right? My eye is not hurting anymore. It's feeling better, so I don't think I need to go rinse it because, it is what it is. So we'll be okay. So that's where we sit on this one. It's an interesting trial. I don't think Kelsey Fitzsimmons has been treated very well through this process because she got denied bail because she couldn't blow into the breath testing machine. And the reason why she couldn't blow into the breath testing machine is because she got shot. And the judge she had was like, well, I'm gonna, punish the heck out of her. Now, the other thing here is that this is not a jury trial. Now, I am very used to bench trials because bench trials are the most common thing in Canada. In Canada, jury trials are actually the exception, not the rule. We use jury trials for serious stuff like murders. The accused in many cases has a right to choose a jury trial if they want one, but a lot of accused people choose bench trials. And I mean, the reasons for that are fairly obvious if you break it down and think about it. So one of the things that'll come up is you will have a trial where, my client is accused of possessing a kilogram of cocaine. Serious charges, right? I'm probably running that as a bench trial. And the reason why I'm running that as a bench trial is that the only issue on that one is probably just whether or not the drugs get excluded. Tons and tons of drug cases are run solely on my client's rights were violated, the drugs should be excluded, and therefore, and so you don't need a jury for that because it's basically you're running the rights issue, the charter issue. And then if the judge says, okay, the drugs are going in, then you're like, okay, then I invite you to convict my client. Literally, you can just say, defense calls no evidence and the Crown has proven its case. That is a thing that happens here. But some trials are about the factual things, but you don't want a jury. For example, if your client is accused of possessing a bunch of bad pictures, you don't want a jury. And why do you not want a jury? You don't want a jury because the jury is going to convict your client because they're going to see the bad pictures and then they're just going to want somebody to go to jail for making them see the bad pictures. And your client is the only person they can send to jail. So even if you have, for instance, really convincing evidence that it might have been someone else. I ran a trial on a bad pictures case, and it was a situation of a whole bunch of people in like a shared living space, not quite a frat house, but it was like 6 guys all sharing an apartment. And so bad pictures were accessed, and they were accessed on my client's login. But the evidence that came out at trial was that basically just everybody used my client's login except for like 1 or 2 people had their own login. But the login that was like in my client's name, it was, it's not Bob, but we're going to use Bob here, right? But the client wasn't Bob. But it was just, there was one account that was Bob, and like 4 guys used that account, and like 2 guys used their own accounts. So when they had that Bob was logged in, what the evidence came down to was anybody could have logged in as Bob, because Bob's password was literally taped to the screen, and like anybody could do it. So at the end of the day, like, this was clearly a case for acquittal. But you put that in front of a jury, the jury is going to the jury's gonna see the horrible pictures, and they were awful. Like, they were really bad stuff. Like, you don't even want a description. And they're gonna convict the guy, right? They're gonna say, screw it, Bob's got to go to jail, because somebody has to go to jail for making us see these pictures. I was much happier with it being a judge trial. I was also much happier with telling the court, we are willing to admit the nature of the pictures in whatever form the prosecution wants to describe them. However the prosecution wants to describe these pictures, we are willing to admit that that is the content of the pictures. And you know what the prosecutor did? The prosecutor said, nope, we want to tender the pictures. And the judge was like, fuck you. It was the first one. So, yeah, the illegal bad pictures. So, but the judge at the end of it was like, there is no way to convict Bob because it could have been any of these people, right? How do we know it was actually Bob? So, yeah. But, all right, that's going to be some trolling. We'll just take care of that right now. So anyway, Canada has a lot of bench trials. It just does. And like for a lot of stuff, it's just simpler. Like, you've got an impaired driving case. Do you really want to impanel a jury for that? No. No, you just want to get it over and done. So, yeah. Now, the other thing about this is that Canada does not have elected judges, which means that I never have to worry that my judge's next election campaign is going to be run on whether or not my client got convicted or whether or not enough people get convicted. And that is way better, right? I do not like elected judges. I don't know if this jurisdiction has elected judges or not, but yeah. All right. So let's go and dive in here. We are going to, hopefully you guys heard that little speck of audio here. Give me a second. I just got to wrangle my computer. Normally I spend some time getting everything sort of set up. This time I had to spend some time, just not dying. So, yeah, here we go. And there we go. And here I am. All right. So this is the judge. They're trying to exclude witnesses here. We're just in before the prosecutor, assuming I've got my timestamps right. The prosecutor begins their opening statement. We're going to watch the opening statements. Somebody said no audio. Are you not hearing audio? No audio. All right, let me fix that. Hopefully you guys.
I'll just say it again.
Did you guys hear that? Did you think you hear that? No. Okay. Yes. There we go. We got it turned around. Awesome. So here we go. Is the sound okay?
Folks that just came into the courtroom, if you've been told that you were on the witness list, you should not be in the courtroom during these proceedings. All right, unless you're told otherwise. All right, thank you. With that, Commonwealth, I'll hear from you.
The defendant raised her gun, leveled it at Pat Noonan's face, and pulled the trigger. There are two reasons that Pat Noonan is alive today. The first being that Ms. Fitzsimmons' gun, while it had a full magazine, it did not have a round in the chamber. The second reason is that Pat Noonan, based on his years and decades of training and experience, reacted in a calm, professional way when he protected both himself and everyone else in that house.
Okay, so here's a problem for Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Here's a thing that might actually make Kelsey Fitzsimmons have some trouble, which is that in order to find that Kelsey Fitzsimmons, put it this way, if you're finding for Kelsey Fitzsimmons, you're kind of saying, fuck you, Noonan, because it's impossible for Noonan to be telling the truth and Kelsey Fitzsimmons to be telling the truth. So the question is, which one of them is full of shit? Now, the judge does not need to make an explicit finding of full of shit, right? The judge does not need to be like, Noonan is full of shit. What he needs to do, what he might do, though, is say, I have reasonable doubt as to whether or not Noonan is full of shit. And so that is a thing. Whatever happens, this is going to be contentious back at the office. Oh, yes, this is an important thing.
50 years old.
This is a different judge than the bail hearing. Yes, this is. And the reason why they got a new judge was assigned. They said, oh, well, it's not because she's recused. It's just scheduling issues. Just scheduling issues. Now, I mean, this was after the defense brought 3 different motions to recuse the previous judge, who, quite frankly, appeared to be a bit of a psychopath. So as soon as they got there was a new judge, they were like, we're doing a bench trial. I don't know if bench trial is the right call. I feel like Kelsey Fitzsimmons is pretty sympathetic. So, yeah.
He is married to his wife, Angie, for 25 years. He has a son, Jonathan, who goes to school locally, college. He grew up in New York State at first and moved to Massachusetts to North Andover when he was 4 years old. He moved here with his father, his mother, his older sister. He went through the North Andover public school systems and eventually went to St. John's Prep, where he graduated from. He eventually spent a bit of time in college, but his real goal was to join the military, which he did. He joined the Air Force and went to boot camp out west. He eventually joined the security forces of the Air Force, where he was trained to secure nuclear weapons. He did that pretty much his whole time while he was in the Air Force. With specialized training, weapons training, stress shooting training, defensive tactics training. His first
here's the thing. This guy is trained to be basically a professional killer. That is kind of his role. He was trained to murder the fuck out of you if you tried to go onto a nuclear base. Like that was what he was for. Now, I mean, if you're trying to go onto a nuclear base, and by the way, when I say nuclear base here, I don't mean power plant. I mean, like, if you want to go and hug the missiles, then his job was to, like, give you a supplement of vitamin lead until such time as you didn't feel like hugging the missiles. So, like, that's literally what this guy is trained to do, is to put bullets into people as fast as possible and as effectively as possible. That's his job. So, like, when he's talking about his training, let's be clear, his training is killing people.
Assignment was on the ground in a Humvee. Later on, he joined another squadron and patrolled in a helicopter. He was honorably discharged from the Air Force, and he came back to North Andover. There, he worked security, armed security, at the Seabrook nuclear power plant. All the while, his goal being become a police officer, which he eventually did in North Andover. He worked in the North Andover police for years. It was his hometown police force. He joined the SWAT team, which is a specialized unit that...
We know what a fucking SWAT team is, dude. Okay, we're taking this guy up to 1.25 because he just pissed me off by having to explain what the SWAT team is. Like, literally nobody on the planet doesn't know what a SWAT team is unless they've been living in, like, a Saddam Hussein style spider hole for the last, like, 60 years. 1.25.
deals with emergent violent situations, barricaded people, hostage situations, serving armed warrants and the like. It was during that time that they trained twice a month and 40 hours in a separate block a year. He did that for years at North Andover. He eventually transferred to the Lawrence Police Department.
We're trying 1.5.
He did that because he wanted to have a busier atmosphere. Lawrence is a lot busier than North Andover. He worked there for a number of years. Again, the SWAT team, he was a detective, had a specialized training. And back in 2024, he decided to make a switch and come full circle. He moved back to North Andover PD, both because he wanted to end his career there where he started, but he also wanted to bring his training.
Oh, he wanted to end his career there. That might be, I'm like, whew. Okay, choice of words. There are no closed captions available.
Experience to his hometown police force.
I think it's a little fast. We're going to dial it back down.
That was one of the reasons that Lieutenant Daley, on June 30th of 2025,
no captions available, I'm sorry,
asked Pat Noonan to accompany him and Timothy Houston, another officer who was a military vet, to serve a restraining order on Kelsey Fitzsimmons. He knew Pat had the experience, the temperament, and was cool, calm, and collected no matter what happened. Kelsey Fitzsimmons was a police officer. She had been on leave, but she was a police officer on June 30th of 2025. Also on that day, her partner, her boyfriend, her fiance, Justin Halen.
Her partner has been identified in court records as being alleged to be a piece of shit. And I say that because, yeah, there is a family law dispute. The family law dispute, he's been alleged to be like a drug addict and all of these things. And the thing is that if true, and that's an if, I don't know, if true, that would provide a strong basis for why he might want to use the restraining order process to get a leg up in the custody, right? So that's a thought. I started a new goal to open a beer, so.
Justin Elaine. was concerned for his safety, for his 4-month-old child's safety that he shared with the defendant, and for Ms. Fitzsimmons' safety, specifically after events happened that weekend. So we went to court, and he applied for and was granted a restraining order. The restraining order granted him custody of his 4-month-old son, ordered the defendant not to have any contact and to stay away from him, and also that she would be relieved of her weapons. She was a police officer, and she had a service weapon and 2 other guns that she had legal. Lieutenant Daly was at the PD when Mr. Elaine came in. The restraining order was faxed in the court. Lieutenant Daly called Officer Houston, and they got in touch with Officer Newman to serve that restraining order. They had gone by the defendant's home, Officer Houston did, to see if she was there. Unusually, her car was not in her parking space. It wasn't at her home. Officer Houston, who had seen it there thousands of times as he had driven by, noticed that it was parked down the street at a school about 100 yards away or so. So they knew she was in the area. The 3 met at the school, decided on a plan, and went to the defendant's home. They met her at the door, and you'll see surveillance video from the home of that encounter as they come to the door. Ms. Fitzsimmons comes to the door holding her 4-month-old child. They go into the house. There's no surveillance system in the house other than in the basement. They explained to her what was happening, that there was a restraining order, that there's going to be a hearing on July 14th where she'd be able to tell her side of the story. And she tells the officer, I know how this all works. They ask her where her firearms are, and she lies to them, and she tells them they're in the basement. She's sitting down on a couch, the baby is next to her. She calls her mother.
And so he emphasizes she lies because, of course, anytime you want lie, there's always the assertion of if she's willing to lie about one thing, she's willing to lie about anything, right? And this is likely a trial where Kelsey Fitzsimmons has to testify. I would not be surprised if we do not see, or if we see Kelsey Fitzsimmons testify. I think I would actually be surprised if we don't, based on the sort of mechanics here. Certainly, I would be entering this trial with Kelsey Fitzsimmons prepped for testimony, like ready to go. So
come over, and they tell her that Justin's coming also, because he's going to get custody of the baby. Officer Houston, who is also in the living room, sees a gun case on the sofa, and he opens it. Ms. Fitzsimmons lies to him again. I told you, the guns are in the basement. The defendant's mother comes, takes custody of the child while they're waiting for Justin. The police have called Mr. Alain at the PD, so he's coming over with his sister, Courtney. The officers allow the defendant to walk around the house gathering baby stuff, equipment, clothing, and things like that. So the child will have what it needs when it's taken by Mr. Alain. They follow her around to make sure that she is safe, that they are safe, that everybody in the house is safe. They go upstairs, they come downstairs. They go upstairs again, and you'll see photos of this, Your Honor. It's a staircase. At the top of the staircase is a landing where there's shelving and some of her police gear. If you look to the left, there's the baby room. If you look to the right, it's the bedroom. There's no door on the bedroom. So she goes in the baby's room and she's gathering things, and she's handing it to the officers who aren't going to take possession of it. They put it down. They're following the protocol. We're trying to keep everyone safe. At some point, she's in the bedroom, and Mr. Alain comes in the house.
Listen, he's heard of babies. He doesn't need to actually interact with one.
And she hears him. Now it's Officer Noonan and Officer Houston in the bedroom with the defendant. She tells Officer Houston, I don't want him here. I don't want to see him. Don't let him hear me. Because she's upset with Mr. Alain. Officer Houston.
Now, it's weird how if she's the danger to Mr. Alain, why is she asking the other officers to protect her from Mr. Alain? right? That seems weird. That seems odd.
Houston goes downstairs to make sure that doesn't happen. Mr. Elaine, who had left the house with some baby stuff, came back.
Anything he heard in pretrial applications and so forth is not evidence. It has to come in the trial. So anything that came in beforehand is not part of the evidence. So it's all just, it's all smoke at this point.
And asked the officers for permission just to go down to the basement because he wanted a suitcase and he wanted some of the other baby stuff because he was taking the baby home. He was in Stowe, Massachusetts. So he did this. He was down in the basement. Lieutenant Daly is down on the first floor. Officer Houston is at the top of the stairs in the basement. And the defendant's mother is downstairs also. The baby is already gone because Courtney, Mr. Elaine's sister, had come with them, taken the baby, and left the house.
Thank you, P. Nutty. Have a drink on me. Watch this live with Rackets.
Watching the defendant in the bedroom. She's on her knees. She's gathering things. He notices at some point that her demeanor changes. She gets upset. At that point, she lunges to her right, forward and to her right. And he can't see what she grabs, but she grabs it.
So she lunges from her knees forward to the right. Okay.
Turns out to be her service weapon. She comes back. She raises it. Before Officer Newman can do anything, she pulls the trigger as it's leveled at his face, and it goes click. It goes click. Excuse me. It does not fire. Officer Newman takes out his gun, is yelling at her at this point. Kelsey, don't do it. Drop it. Kelsey, don't do it. She is stepping backwards now.
I hate how much the camera is focused on what she's writing. Camera, no, you cannot be trying to read what she's writing. That is not appropriate.
The gun hadn't fired, and so she was doing what the officers will describe to you as a tap rack. She has the gun in her hand. She bangs the magazine and attempts to rack it.
He makes the most unfortunate racket gesture. Watch his hands.
She bangs the magazine and attempts to rack it.
Sir, that was not a racket gesture. That was a jacket gesture. Those are different gestures. So let's talk about this one. We're going to talk about it again when the officer testifies. But here we have our very clear plastic object, which we're not going to name because YouTube sucks. And so one of the things about these very clear, mysterious objects is that they have a magazine that fits into the thing, right? Now, if one of the common ways that you can have a malfunction with this particular kind of mystery object is that you can try to push the magazine in and fail to properly seat it. So you see, if the magazine is not properly seated, then it won't properly engage with the whole system. And so that can cause a failure where you think you have something chambered and you pull the trigger and it goes click, right? So the reason for that drill is you go tap, and the tap is that you are now seating you're hitting it so that if the magazine is half seated, is partially out, you tap it and it's now properly seated, right? And then you rack it by pulling the slide back, right? Rack. And then bang. Now, in actual practice, if you've got some training, and I'm not good, but you'd be sitting there going, all right, you're shooting, you get the click, you go tap, rack, bang, right? Fast. Now, here's the other thing, is that a lot of people may have trouble with they may have trouble with the slide, because if you're dealing with a real whatever this object is representing, which we don't know, there's just no way to know what this object is supposed to represent. But if you were dealing with a real one, the slide can actually be quite difficult to pull back. You know, they can be quite stiff because they've got springs that have to, you know, those springs, the spring tension is important. So for, you know, if you're properly trained, you're racking it back like that, right? But if you are not, like, if you're a little weaker, then you might use different techniques. For example, sometimes people will do this technique. And that's a technique that works well with, and you can also do like that as another method. And the reason why that works, you know, as this kind of gesture where is that way you can press with, like when you're pulling like this, you're basically able to use one arm, right? And so you can do a little bit better where you can cup. Another technique is you can cup, like not grab, but you sort of cup, and then you pull and you push simultaneously. You use both arms. That's what each of these different methods are letting you do, is use the strength of both arms to work it, right? So, God, somebody's going to clip that. I'm sorry. Now, the things you don't want to do is you don't want to do that. I've seen somebody at the range do that, where they literally held it up to their arm. And you don't want to do that because now you're going to pop your elbow out, and that's a life-changing injury. So you always need to make sure where your mystery object is pointed at all times. So like this, you're pointing into air, right? This, you're keeping it. I personally, I like the push-pull, and then that way you're keeping it on target. On target is better. On target is exactly where you want to be because, you know, let's imagine the bad guy is right there at the camera, right? If I do this, now I have to reacquire, right? And it takes longer. Whereas if I can do tap, rack, I'm much closer, right? So I don't need to, you know, don't need to worry. So that's what the tap rack. Now, they say tap rack. Most people say tap rack bang. And that's what people typically describe the drill as, is tap rack bang. It's, you know, the first step is your tappy tap, right? That's your first step, tappy tap. Second step, rack, right? To pull the slide back, and then you let it go. Third step, bang. Whatever it is you were trying to make, you know, have a bad day, you want to now make it have a bad day. So that's kind of how this works. Now, I have never done this in a defensive situation, but I have done this under time pressures in competitions. So, yeah.
She's unsuccessful the first time. Officer Noon is still telling her, pleading with her, trying to de-escalate it. Kelsey, don't do it.
I find this to be complete bullshit. I find this to be completely implausible. And the reason why I say it's implausible is that you're sitting there, like, this guy is a trained killer, right? This guy is a trained hard ass. And he's got a person who puts the gun to his face and pulls it, and it goes clicky. It makes the clicky sound. And what's his response is, Kelsey, don't do it, as she's making the clicky sound at his head. Now, an actual thing does not clicky each time you pull the trigger for many of them. It depends on the model. It may clicky each time, it may not. But if she is pointing at him and making clicky, are you telling me his response is, Kelsey, don't do it, as she's clicking in his face? I don't, because, I mean, I'm sorry, I would drop her in that circumstance. You know, you get somebody who's, I'd just be like, nope, time to go.
She does it again, racks around. As she's picking up the gun, raising the gun, Officer Noonan fires. He fires twice. She is now moving. He misses and then strikes her. She immediately goes down. Lieutenant Daly runs up. Officer Houston runs up. And they treat her. They call for an ambulance in the fire department, and she's eventually taken to the hospital. The gun that she used on Officer Noonan was underneath her. Lieutenant Daly grabs it, puts it on the bed. Officer Noonan, still focused on procedure and what to do, picks it up and moves it farther away from her so it's not a threat. That is eventually collected by Officer Poor, who shows up later. The credible evidence in this case, the only credible evidence in this case, I suggest to you, Your Honor, will be that Kelsey Fitzsimmons raised the gun and pointed it at Officer Noonan. She pulled the trigger when she did this. The credible evidence in this case, Your Honor, will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty.
Thank you. Mr. Brandon, would you like to make an opening statement at this time?
I would, Your Honor. Thank you.
And feel free to stay there, or you can go to the podium, whatever you're more comfortable with.
Thank you, Your Honor.
When they say feel free to stay there or you can go to the podium, you go to the podium. You absolutely go to the podium. That is like, why would you stay at counsel table when you could go to the podium? Also, thank you so much, Lucy. That is really awesome. Thank you so much. There's a lot more green in the chat. So thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so now he is up to the podium. Here we go.
May it please the court.
Yes, please.
Counsel, ladies and gentlemen. Kelsey, no. Kelsey, no. You don't say that when you're staring at the muzzle of a gun pointed at you.
I loved that lead in. I thought that, so the prosecution's opening I thought was okay. It was kind of boring. It gets done what it needs to get done, but it didn't wow me. I thought Bradle's beginning of Kelsey, no, Kelsey, no, Kelsey, no is not what you say in the face of a pointed gun. 100%. Like, I'm with him.
You say that to a person who has a gun to their head. And you don't shoot someone in the chest when they are seeking clearly to only harm themselves. And when you do that, you quickly realize, Your Honor, that you need to adjust the narrative to save yourself. That's what this case is about, Your Honor. On June 30th, 2025, Ms. Fitzsimmons' entire world imploded, was destroyed when her fiancé, Justin Elaine, obtained a restraining order behind her back with unchallenged, untested allegations at the Essex Probate Court. And he took away, at 4:30 in the afternoon, took away custody of her 4-month-old Caden in an ex parte fashion. The North Andover police had to serve that order. And in the late afternoon of the 30th, three male officers, Lieutenant Daly, Officers Noonan and Houston, they went to go serve the order. Their job was to take away the baby from Kelsey, a new mother with a 4-month-old named Caden, take her firearms, and give the baby to Mr. Lane. And that day, Your Honor, Kelsey stood in her house in humiliation in front of her police colleagues and friends. And she immediately processed all of the implications of this order, Your Honor. Everything that this fiancé had accomplished for himself without any chance for Kelsey to defend herself. He took away her baby. He likely cost her her career. He publicly betrayed her as her fiancé. He walked away from their impending marriage. She realized she couldn't any longer afford her house alone, so that was going as well. Her gun rights are stripped, and again, the humiliation that she's being served by people who she is friends and colleagues with from the North Andover Police Department. At that point, Your Honor, as she had this evolving set of revelations about how her life was in complete destruction, she made a decision for herself. And it's a decision that takes your breath away. It's a young mother who just minutes before they got there thought she had everything going for her, going back to work. She's on the schedule for July 3rd to go back to work. She decides to end her life with her firearm in her bedroom. She knows her firearm is in her bedroom, and she tells the police something else. She tells them the guns are in the basement because she doesn't want to involve them. The idea of harming them, the evidence will show, is ludicrous. The evidence will show that she's trying to get them away from her, Your Honor. She tells them the guns are completely in another location in the home. She's told that she needs to pack a bag for the person that's taking her baby away. So she has to walk around the house, pack a bag for Caden. She has it in her mind, the evidence will show, that she doesn't want them around for this event, this horrible thing she's going to do. She goes upstairs to pack the bag, Your Honor. Officers Houston and Noonan accompany her upstairs. She keeps, several times, she gives them items to have them go back downstairs with. She hands them baby seats and clothes and books and thereabouts and says, take these downstairs, please. You'll see that evidence, and as a fact finder, you will see that that's evidence of her state of mind, that she has no desire to harm any of her colleagues and friends. She's got no motive, she's got no reason.
I mean, this one could go either way. If I'm the prosecution, I'm arguing she wants Buddy out of the way so that she can get to the gun without Buddy capping her. And then when Buddy comes back up to be like, hey, how's everything doing? Then she can pop him without having to make that lunge, right? That's what I'd be arguing if I'm the prosecution, right? But I'm not. But I also don't find his version of things to be, to be crazy, right? Like, she wants everyone gone so that she can pop herself in the head without anybody interrupting. So, I mean, that one I see cuts both ways. I'm just saying that in the interest of fairness.
And her actions are completely inconsistent with that. She's trying to get rid of them so she can have a minute in her room, not to do things that every young mother might want to do, but to get her gun and kill herself because her life's over in her mind. So at that point, Your Honor, apparently what was later learned to be her mom comes in the house, and she's understandably upset. She's saying, how can you take away a baby from their mother? That's when Houston goes downstairs. So part one is accomplished, that Houston is downstairs. Houston's a friend. Houston was invited to her wedding. He goes downstairs. Noonan is still upstairs on the landing. You'll see from all the visual evidence, Judge, it's a stairway that goes up the small landing. Kelsey's bedroom's on the right, the baby's room's on the left. It's a pretty simple layout. Noonan stays up there. At this point, Kelsey makes it from the baby's room where she got some stuff across the landing to her bedroom, and she's in her bedroom when I don't say disturbance, but when Mrs. Page, her mom, gets here. What we later learn is that she gets here, and Houston goes downstairs. Noonan, in a moment, after Houston went downstairs, Noonan starts to go downstairs, and that was Kelsey's moment. Why? Because she wanted to do this herself, and she didn't want to involve Noonan. I told you about Houston. Noonan, she had been on extremely difficult calls with. She considered him a friend. She knew he had a wife and a child. Zero motive, the evidence will show, for her to ever want to harm this gentleman. She's alone in the room. Noonan's down the stairs. She reaches into the corner and picks up one of her handguns. She'll tell you that she is acutely aware as a police officer that she doesn't want them involved. She doesn't want them to be a part of this in any way. She keeps the gun close to her stomach area and walks over to an open spot in the room. She raises the gun to her head. Noonan is not even back in the room yet, Your Honor. So I don't want you as the fact finder to be looking for evidence that, well, maybe she swung it in his direction when he was coming in. Maybe she was pointing it at him at some quick transient time. That's not the case at all, Your Honor. That will not be the evidence. The evidence will be that Ms. Fitzsimmons had the gun to her temple, and then Noonan walks in, and he sees someone who is exhibiting only harm to herself and to.
So when he says the evidence is going to be here, I mean, either the defense has a police officer witness who somehow saw all of this, or the evidence is going to be from Kelsey Fitzsimmons. She's testifying, right? There was nobody else in that room, so she's testifying. So we're going to see what she has to say. That may happen tomorrow because this trial will probably be a lot shorter than many that you're used to.
No other. And we discussed this pre-trial, and there'll be some evidence and discussion and cross-examination, Your Honor, about the Code of Mass Regulations that we discussed as it relates to or doesn't relate to Noonan's state of mind, Your Honor, that he's, as a firearms instructor and a SWAT team member and a former Lawrence police officer as well as North Andover, he knew or should have known that he was in trouble, that he was in violation of that CMR, the Code of Mass Regulation that I just mentioned. And he knows he has to adjust the narrative, Your Honor. Getting back to the incident, Your Honor. Kelsey has the gun to her head. She's trying to steel herself. Noonan comes around the corner and sees it, and the evidence will show that he is not some super cool James Bond type law enforcement officer, that he has a look of panic on his face, and that he's flustered. And certainly no one's faulting him for that. But that's what he looked like, and that's what the evidence will show. And that's when the words, Kelsey, no, are uttered. No law enforcement officer, Judge, the evidence will show, in his right mind would bargain with someone who has their hand on the trigger and the muzzle in your face.
We really believe this officer that he's sitting there in the face of a mysterious object pointed directly into his face, and he's going, Kelsey, no, instead of. I find the defense version much more plausible.
The evidence here, Judge, will show that he was trying to tell her not to kill herself. The evidence will show that Kelsey never pointed a gun at him and that this was a mistake. It was a brain freeze. It was a mechanical thing. It was someone seeing a gun and shooting. How do we know this even more so besides the lack of motive and the utterances that he made? We know because of the location of the firearm, Your Honor. The firearm, when Kelsey was shot in the chest and went flying backwards and landed on her back, and Daly will tell you that she's on her back. The gun was under her leg. If Ms. Fitzsimmons is pointing the gun at Noonan.
Okay, let's talk about his grip. Let's talk about his grip. So you see how Bradel is holding the invisible object, right? You see how he's holding the invisible object here, right? And he's holding it teacupped. This is what's called the teacup grip. Why is teacup bad? Well, proper grip by modern theory is like this, where you're not. Teacupping provides you with poor support. It is a less stable platform than a proper grip. But the other thing that is a problem with teacupping is that let's imagine you get a failure let's imagine you get a catastrophic failure. One thing that can happen with a catastrophic failure is is that you've got a, so the cartridge blows up, and what it can do is it can actually launch the magazine at speed, like because it is powered by a small explosion, into your hand if you are teacupping. What you want is that if this thing is coming out at speed in a catastrophic failure, you want that to just drop down. Elf Wiggins, you can see that his fingers are bent over. You can see that he is teacupping here. And I mean, we can't actually see because there's no object there, but his second hand is down. So yeah.
and falls backwards. How does that gun swing around to get under her leg if she's pointing it the way Noonan says? The evidence will show that's not consistent with the laws of physics. It is, however, consistent with somebody holding the gun to their temple, so it's already to the side of your body, if not behind you when you go flying. So the location of the firearm, the evidence will show, is also consistent with what Kelsey says happened. Finally, in terms of the panic, the flustered look on his face, Ms. Fitzsimmons was only anywhere from 3 feet to then maybe 7 feet away from him in this entire incident. And that might be where the view comes in, Your Honor, the room. And he missed her in the first shot. He's a firearms instructor. He's a SWAT guy. 25 years, he misses someone from 3 to 7 feet away.
Yeah, here's the thing. If you, so teacupping is kind of a pejorative. Like, you don't say I'm teacupping and think it's a good thing. But the other thing is, officers miss, even officers who should be well-trained, a lot when it gets down to the actual time of the moment. And one thing that's really common is that an officer's first shot might be located directly near their foot. Because what ends up happening sometimes is you get officers who are just in such a hurry, they pull the gun, and as they're drawing, they're already beginning to hammer on the trigger. And so you see a lot of circumstances where officers are at very short distances and their first shot is below target. Yes, they do still teach. You will still find firearm instructors who teach that. So it actually is very difficult when you're under the extreme stress to draw, square, and then fire, right? Because what you should be practicing is draw, fire, right? Draw. Now, there are different draws. You can have I'm just going to put this away. I'm just going to use the finger. You can have the draw and hold near you. And the reason why you do the draw and hold near you, it's a one-handed grip. It doesn't get you the stability of the two-handed present. You draw and hold near you because then you've got an arm to keep somebody away if they're trying to tackle you. And this is used for very short distances where the draw and present might result in somebody trying to grab the thing. So there's different sort of techniques. There's different
It's the air conditioner. That's panic, Your Honor. That's not cool, calculated action. That's panic. So Daly comes in. He goes over to Kelsey. He administers first aid. He rolls her to her side, sees the gun under her leg, behind her and under her. Your Honor is going to be the fact finder. You're going to consider all these things, the physical location of everything, the way things unfolded, the lack of a motive, what makes sense, what doesn't, what's doubtful. Anything that's doubtful is obviously not consistent with what the Commonwealth wants to have happen here. It's consistent with maintaining her presumption of innocence. Only 2 people were in that room.
I've not actually watched
No body
Collateral.
cameras. The police never interviewed Kelsey Fitzsimmons. They circled the wagons immediately.
Why the hell wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they bring body camera? Right? That just seems weird. And I did open the beer. So we've got the beer. We've got an electric unicorn. Here we go.
Right at the scene, you'll see everybody treating Noonan like he's the victim. They circled the wagons immediately around Noonan. And everybody wants.
This is actually really common with the, with police shootings. So
to defend Noonan in this situation. And no one even took a minute to think about whether Kelsey may have a different take on things, may have something different to say. Why? Why did they ignore Kelsey and circle around Noonan? Probably millions of reasons for the town. Millions of reasons. Ms. Fitzsimmons will tell you, Judge, she served orders herself. She served restraining orders. She's a delivery person. No one's going to be going after a police officer, no less someone that she knows, cares for, and has made repeated actions to get them out of the room. She will tell you with some indignation, I suspect, that she would never point a firearm at a fellow law enforcement officer. So for all these reasons, Judge, as the fact finder, I request, I ask you, and I trust you to well and truly try the case. And I am confident that after the evidence is in, Your Honor will find Ms. Fitzsimmons not guilty. Thank you.
All right, Commonwealth, you ready to proceed?
Sean Daly, please.
Sean Daly. Sean Daly. So first things first, when you swear the witness, we may need to swear the witness in the law.
Thank you. Could you raise your right hand? Do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this talk now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
I love how enthusiastic this guy is with his swearing in. He is super enthusiastic. He's like, raise your hand. Do you swear? And the guy's like, yeah, okay.
Good morning, sir. How are you this morning?
Excellent.
Good. Folks, can you, I just need to speak with our assistant chief for a moment.
All right, they're doing that. Okay, let's jump ahead. We're going to hear who this guy is. We're going to skip most of this guy.
Leeway.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a lieutenant with the North Andover Police Department.
How long have you been North Andover Police Department?
20 years.
20 years?
Yeah.
Can you tell us, bring us from the beginning of your career to present day? And you started as a patrolman?
Yes, I started in 2003. I attended the police academy in 2003 with Boston College. I worked there till 2007. I was hired as a reserve in North Andover in 2005, so I was doing both jobs at that point in time. And then I left BC when I got the full-time job in North Andover.
Okay, can you take us to your
Somebody was asking, what would this case look like if she didn't survive? It would look like we investigated ourselves and she did nothing, or and we did nothing wrong. It would probably also look like, yeah.
Your career path at North Andover.
Yeah, I was on patrol for maybe 6 months, and then I filled in as the SRO at the school for about a year and a half. Then I was in detectives for about 9 years, 7.5 or so, I was assigned to a drug task force with the Drug Enforcement Administration. I got promoted to sergeant in 2016, and then lieutenant 2 years ago.
So what is your role as a lieutenant now?
I oversee the early night shift, the 4 to 12 shift.
4 to 12 shift, okay. Now I'm going to turn your attention
I like his tie. He's got a nice suit.
to June 30th of last year. Were you working on that day?
I was.
And at some point after your shift started, did you find yourself in the lobby?
Yes.
Okay. And did you meet anybody there?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about that?
Justin, a alien, and his sister came into the station into the lobby. He had a copy of his restraining order.
Okay. And did you know who he was in connection to the North Andover Police Department?
Yes.
Who was that?
He's a firefighter in town. He was also Kelsey Fitzsimmons' fiance at the time.
Okay. Kelsey Fitzsimmons, do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you just point to her and describe something she's wearing, please?
She's wearing a pink jacket.
May the record reflect he has identified the defendant? Okay. And so what was her role as a
So a doc ID isn't really worth much. That's what they call that, is a doc ID, where they just point to, point to the accused who's sitting in the accused person's chair. It doesn't, it's not worth a whole lot, but identity is not an issue in this case. So who cares?
as far as the town goes?
She was a police officer with North Andover.
Do you know when she started?
In 2024, not exactly sure when, but yes.
And what was her role when she started in the police department?
She was a patrol officer.
Was she a patrol officer back in June of 2025?
Yes.
Now, do you know if on June 30th of 2025, she was issued a service weapon?
On June 30th?
Yeah, did she have one?
She did.
Okay. Do you know if she had any other firearms that were registered to her?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
Okay.
According to the CJIS printout when we ran her prior to going over to serving it, I believe there were 2 other firearms that showed up.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about the basic procedure of what a restraining order is and what you do as a police officer when you get a copy to serve?
A 219A order is a court order issued by a judge. If somebody's in imminent fear of harm, their safety, or there's been a pattern of abuse or whatever, they would go in front of a judge. They write out an affidavit describing what has taken place, where they would potentially be granted an order, and they go in front of a judge, and I believe there's questions asked. I've never actually been in the courtroom when they go to get it, but that's my belief. And the judge either grants it or denies it.
So on June 30th of 2025, a judge ordered a restraining order to be served on Ms. Fitzsimmons, correct?
All right,
Yes.
jumping ahead.
Did you know? Did you direct her to go anywhere when you got into that room?
Yes, so I asked her to put the baby in, there was like a little bouncy rocker next to the couch, and I asked her to have a seat on the couch.
Why did you ask her to?
By the way, the camera appears to be filmed by like a guy holding a cell phone. Maybe our next goal should be to fund them buying a tripod.
Put the child down.
Justin had told us that he had concerns, Justin the alien told us that he had concerns that she would potentially harm the baby, us, or anyone else. I didn't want her to do anything or be able to do anything with the child.
Did she sit down?
She did.
Did you then have a conversation with her about why you were there?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you said and what she said?
I handed her the restraining order and explained it to her, that Justin had gotten a 298 order against her.
Okay. And did you explain the orders that were contained in the restraining order itself?
Yes.
What did you say?
Well, I told her she wasn't allowed to have contact with him, couldn't go near the residence. She was going to have to turn her firearms over, and Justin had custody of the baby until the hearing.
When you say the residence, it wasn't the residence where she was living. It was in.
Yeah, whatever. Justin the alien listed an address, I believe, on the document.
Okay. When you mentioned that you were going to need to seize her guns, did she respond to that at all?
When I said we were taking your guns?
Yep.
No, I then asked her, where are your guns?
And what did she say?
She said they were in the basement in a safe.
In a safe in the basement?
Yes.
Did you say anything about a return court date that she would be able to attend?
Yeah, the hearing? Yes.
What did you say?
Whatever the date was I believe it was like 12 or so days later.
Okay. Did she respond to that at all when you said that? No. Do you know, as part of being a lieutenant at the North Andover Police Department and being a superior officer to Ms. Fitzsimmons, has she had occasion, if you know, to serve restraining orders herself in the past?
Yes,
She has?
yes.
Well, what happened after you explained it to her and she told you her guns were in the basement?
Well, then I explained that I was going to contact Justin to come over and pick up the baby.
Okay. Did she say anything, if you remember, in response to that?
To what? I'm sorry, repeat it?
Sure. You had told her that Justin was coming to the house to get the baby, correct?
Yes.
Did she say anything in response to that?
No, she didn't have any, she said, like, she was agreeable to it.
Okay. Did she use her phone at all?
She called him.
Note she was agreeable to it was actually contradicting something that the prosecutor said in his opening. All right, so we're going to jump to sort of here where they get in some photos.
Do you recognize
That's
that?
when you walk in that first door, it's like a enclosed porch.
Exhibit number 10.
The main, to get the door to get into the main house.
So when you walk in, from the porch, you see some stairs on the right side of the doorway.
Yes,
What stairs are those?
those are the stairs to get up to the second floor.
I have never seen that. No, that's not the way it's usually done.
I'll show you.
At least not in my jurisdiction.
You recognize what that is?
Yes, that's the living room.
So as you walk in the front door that we were just looking at, to the left,
Yes,
Do you see where Ms. Fitzsimmons was sitting when you asked her to take a seat when you first got in there?
yeah, so where that blanket, the red and black checkered blanket is on the couch, she was just to the left of it.
so right here?
Let me just excuse for one moment. Can you folks in the back row see the photos?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm okay with where it's at. If I could just inquire.
Sure.
We can see it.
Okay, I just want to make sure, thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
I actually like that from the judge, and the reason why I like that is because the people who are there to observe actually are doing so in keeping with like a right to, like, the public trial thing is actually part of how we keep our courts accountable. And so this judge is like, you who are here observing, you have a right to follow all of this stuff. So can you see it too? If not, we've got to make it bigger. We got to, like, all of you people in the audience, you are part of this. You got to, and I'm like, yes, judges maintaining fair trial. So yeah.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 14. Do you recognize what that is?
Same room.
Just a different angle?
Yep.
Show you what's been marked as exhibit number 22. You recognize what that is? Is that if you walk into the living room and you take a right, there's another room there that then leads to the kitchen? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Is that room that we were just looking in?
Correct, same.
I'm sorry, what number was that you
I'm
just?
sorry, that's 23.
Thank you.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 25. Do you recognize what that is?
There's the kitchen.
Okay, so right now we've started going in the front door, gone to the left, through 2 rooms. Now this is the kitchen?
Yes.
Is this where you said Ms. Fitzsimmons was gathering bottles and jars?
So just past the refrigerator, you can't see it in this photo, but there was some drawers, like a cabinet that she'd opened, and there were some jars and things in there.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, that same room, that's the cabinet where she retrieved some jars and maybe 4 more.
That's exhibit number 30.
So, I mean, one of the things the prosecution might suggest here is that the prosecution is going to be like, she wanted to kill everybody and then herself. You know, just... But the thing is that doesn't really feel consistent with her being like, baby's got to have formula, baby's got to have clothes, the clothes need to be washed, the kids got to have books. We hear all of that, right?
So that, when you say the same room, you mean
As the kitchen, yeah, part of the kitchen, just different angle.
I'm going to display, to clarify, number 29. That's as you walk into the kitchen, and to the in the photo, to the left of the photo is that the drawers that we were just talking about.
Next to the refrigerator, yes, yes.
To recognize that that is an exhibit number 31.
No,
Would that be the stairs down going down to the basement?
potentially, yeah,
Okay, I'll get that.
sorry.
He's like, potentially. The prosecutor's leading the witness, and the witness is like, I don't know. And then the prosecutor's like, sorry, I'll get that in through another witness. And he's like, I'm sorry. It's like, you shouldn't be apologizing for not knowing. Just tell the truth or don't.
And to recognize this room.
Yes,
What room is that?
it's
I'm sorry, what exhibit number are you displaying?
32.
Thank you.
it's off of the kitchen.
Okay. So and now we almost went around the whole house.
Yeah.
And I'm showing you what the mark is exhibit number 33. You recognize what that is?
Yes,
Okay, what is that?
that'd be a photo from the bottom of the staircase looking into the room where we were at first.
Okay, so
Can I be a bit of an asshole? I'm going to give myself permission to be a bit of an asshole. So, Kelsey Fitzsimmons has a further advantage in this trial. And the advantage is that she is strikingly attractive. And you might say, well, how does that matter? It matters. When they've done studies, they have found that attractive women are far less likely to be convicted than unattractive women. And less likely to be convicted than guys, and less likely to be convicted in all sorts of other situations. It is actually a powerful effect. And they've done this with studies where it is like every fake juror, they take fake jurors and they give them a puzzle, like a set of facts and a picture of the accused. And the only thing that changes is the pictures of the accused. And where the accused is a very attractive woman, they are far less likely to be convicted by most categories of jurors. There is one exception. Women within a certain range tend to be more likely to convict attractive women. Certain age range. And yes, there's also this. Over here in the UK, it has been found that even when convicted, more attractive women get lesser sentences than others. It is absolutely true. The other thing I have noticed in my own practice, so I had a client who was stupid attractive. And when I say stupid attractive, I mean like she could have been she could have been a model, like absolutely, like just stunning attractive. And lawyering for her was like lawyering on easy mode, because I would take her cases to trial and she would not get convicted. I was pretty sure that if she was charged with bank robbery, I probably could have convinced a court that there was just some confusion and she just things just went wrong as she was taking her gun and demand note for a walk while wearing a ski mask for no reason, right? It's just, there is an effect. And you will notice that, in fact, there are substantial benefits to being attractive in terms of people make more money in their lives if they're attractive. Tall men earn more money than short men. it's this huge pervasive effect where, this affects almost every aspect of your life. And like, even down to like YouTube, if you want to make it as a YouTuber, you're going to have a much easier chance if you're hot than if you're not. And so there are some YouTubers who would probably be much more successful if they were prettier, and some YouTubers who would definitely be much less successful if they weren't. It's just a thing, right? So I make that note because I think it is, a thing, and it applies here.
Bottom of the staircase, looking into the room where we were at first.
Okay, so the picture taker would have just walked through exhibit number 32, that last room, and came full circle?
Yes.
To show you what's been marked as exhibit number 35. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
It's the stair.
I am okay. That's as far as we can go. I am not hot.
Staircase to go to the second floor.
Number 36. You recognize what that is?
Same staircase.
Mr. Gubitosi, can I see that before you, because there's some,
All right. So they show pictures of the house. I don't think we need to go through all the pictures of the house. Yeah. Jump ahead a little bit. So this is a moment that the court yells at them about later. The court yells at them about this. And the reason why the court yells at them about this is that they're not in court right now. And what they're showing is just, they pointed the camera at basically nothing. And, but you can still hear the audio. And the judge later is like, I said that when the court, like when we're not in session, that you don't get to play audio. Turn the audio off. So this is the moment they're talking about. Are you able to use the beauty statistic to have clients provided with, or at least allowed access to makeup when held in custody? I have yet to have a client where I thought they needed makeup for that. But we do allow clients to dress in terms of, suits and so forth, which matters. So, all right. Jumping ahead a bit here. By the way, this trial and the Afro Man trial has made me think I need more cameras, because I got very few cameras. I got a couple cameras around my house, but like these folks have cameras everywhere, and it's actually kind of, I'm like, should I have more cameras? I feel like I should have more cameras. I do have camera envy. I do. Now, is he bouncing a baby or is he just weird? I don't know what he's doing here. I really hope he's bouncing a baby, because if he's not bouncing a baby, that's just bizarre. Okay, he's handing off the baby. Why is she going inside? She should not be going inside. Why is he coming inside? He's got no business coming inside. All of these other people should be kept outside while they're doing this. What's his shirt say? What's his shirt say? I can't read it. I assume it says I suck, but red shirt is the fiance. Where is he going? See, they've got cameras in their basement. I don't have cameras in my basement. Okay, he's taking a suitcase. Did the court orders say you could have that suitcase, motherfucker? I don't think so. So I think that must have been him hiding. Is that him hiding over the gunshots? Because he hauls ass. Oh, brave man. Ladies, get yourself a man who can do that. And mom is like, get back here, you piece of shit. Brave Sir Robin, he bravely ran away. The grandma, who apparently has like a bum leg, is not running as fast as he is. I suspect that cop's going to go look for him. Officer, you can find him by following the brown streak. It'll lead you right to him. So this guy went to go get medical care or medical kit. Fair enough. And then we've got this guy coming in with another, I'm guessing, medical bag. More medical supplies. And so on. And they're carrying her out. But when seconds count, you can count on that guy to run the ass away from that.
Is that the conclusion? Okay. And all right, so we've ended Exhibit 73. The Commonwealth has no further questions on direct at this time. Okay. All right. So cross-examination.
Thank you. I'm sorry? Photographs.
I just gave the link to this stream to some people I play Stars Without Number with online, so they might be popping into the chat. Hello, folks.
Lieutenant Daly, good afternoon or good.
All right. That's all right. I just need to get to see Mr. Braille.
All right, the cross-examination here, there's nothing wrong with the cross-examination here, but at the end of the day, this guy doesn't actually know shit. So we can skip past him because he's kind of unimportant in the scheme of things.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth to help you out. Thank you.
You may have a seat, thank you. All set, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In a nice loud voice, if you could please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record.
Courtney Alayan, Courtneyaylaian.
And do you pronounce your last name Alayan?
Yes,
How old are you?
I'm 28 years old.
In what city do you live?
I live in Stowe, Massachusetts.
Where did you grow up?
Stowe, Massachusetts.
And did you go to school in Stowe?
Yes, I went to all of my childhood schooling in Stowe. I went to high school in Bolton, Massachusetts at a regional high school.
What do you do for work?
I work in software sales.
And do you have siblings?
I do. I'm the youngest of 4.
And if you could please state your siblings' names and their ages from oldest to you.
Sure. Brendan Alayan is 34. Justin Alayan is 32. Ashley Alayan is 30.
And you are?
I am 28.
Thank you. I'd like to focus on your brother, Justin.
Yes.
What's your relationship like with him?
Justin has been one of my best friends for as long as I can remember. He's been an incredible older brother. He's been very, I would say the first word that comes to mind is kind. Justin is probably the kindest person I know. He is loyal to the people he loves.
So the objection there is objection. She appears to be engaging in incest on the stand here, because if she was giving him any more of a hand job here, the first 3 rows would be getting wet. So, like, yeah, it's like, come on with the show.
Sure. Are you aware that he was engaged to be married at some point?
Yes.
And around when did he become engaged, if you know?
Sometime after August of 2024.
Okay. And do you know who he was engaged to?
Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
And have you had the opportunity to spend time with Justin and Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
Yes, I have.
And do you see her in the courtroom here today?
I do.
If you can please point her out and describe an article of clothing she's wearing.
She's right here in front of me. She's wearing a pink, some sort of blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness that identified the defendant. Do you know when the wedding was supposed to be?
The wedding was supposed to be in October of this past year.
October 2025?
Yes.
And was it ultimately canceled?
Yes, it was.
I'd like to direct your attention to the weekend of June 28th and June 29th, 2025.
Objection.
Brown?
Relevance, 403.
Okay, so let's take a question at a time, okay? All right, next question.
Did you go somewhere that weekend?
Yes, we went to Bethel, Maine.
And who is we?
Myself, the groom's party and the bridesmaid party. So Kelsey, Justin, myself, my sister, Katrina, Michelle, Deandra, Cassie, Maddie, Kelsey's sister. And if I'm missing anyone for females. On the groom side, it was both my brothers, Brendan and Justin, his friends Aiden, Dave, her brother Will, Hunter. That might be everyone from the parties.
And was it kind of was one of the Jack and Jill bachelor party?
It was a Jack and Jill bachelor party, yes.
And did the weekend end?
I had to look that up. Jack and Jill bachelor party. It basically means they are both having a bachelor party and a so it's the bachelor party and the bachelorette party at the same time. I actually think that's a pretty solid idea, but I kind of wonder if something happened at that party that resulted in some acrimony. Did hubby get too friendly with somebody? Did Kelsey get too friendly with somebody? Like, when did that, like, what went down at that?
Early.
Yes, it did.
And did you go home?
Yes, I fled the house.
For exploring this judges. They're not allowed to open this door. This is an assault involving an officer and my client.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's just argue this at side. Let me hear you at sidebar only so that we don't have to have the witness leave. I'll see you at the sidebar.
Basically, they want to get into a bunch of shit that they shouldn't get into because it's just into the issues of their relationship breaking down. Judge doesn't seem to allow it in. So, all right, let's get back to when she's actually saying things. Here we go.
Monday, June 30th.
Yes,
And as a result of that conversation, did you go somewhere?
absolutely.
Where did you go?
We drove to his friend Hunter's house.
And who is Hunter?
Hunter is Justin's friend who he knew through the fire academy.
And where does Hunter live?
Hunter is in, I believe it is still in North Andover where he lives.
And is that where you drove on June 30th?
Correct.
And who did you drive with?
I drove my car alone. I met Justin there after he called me.
And did you, was anybody else at Hunter's house that day?
Yes, it was Hunter, myself, and two of her friends, two Kelsey's friends, Michelle and Katrina, who were very concerned.
Okay. Without talking about what was said, did you and Justin at some point go somewhere alone?
Yes,
Where did you go?
we went to, I'm not sure which courthouse it was. We went to a courthouse
And what was the purpose of you and him going to the courthouse?
to file, so he could file for an emergency restraining order and custody
And get custody of
of Caden.
And who's Caden?
Caden is Justin's son.
And how old was he at the time?
He was right around 4 months, I believe, at the time.
Did you have any familiarity with restraining orders?
No.
What did you do when you got to court?
When we got to court, Justin went to the desk and told them the situation. said he believed his son was.
Next question.
Did you help Justin fill?
So the objection there is hearsay. She tries to wedge in hearsay a lot. She also was present for part of it. She is largely uninteresting in the scope of things. So, yeah. But you did see that Justin's son specifically kind of denying that. So now we got this guy. Who's this guy? Oh, well, we're going to go through him in details.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon, you can have a seat. Put yourself right up to that mic.
Sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself? Spell your first name and your last name.
My name is Justin Alain, Justin, last name Aylayan.
This is Daddy, and you'll notice that even at 1.5 speed, he doesn't seem to do a lot of blinking. We can watch the cross if people want. I didn't think she was super interesting. We can if people want. Do people want to see the cross? What happened to the sound in court? I don't have control over the sound in court. This guy blinks like once every 27 minutes.
And how old are you, sir?
I'm 32,
And what town do you live in?
Stowe, Massachusetts.
Did you grow up there?
I did, yes.
Okay. And what schools did you go to there?
I went to Neshoba Regional for.
The only thing that really happens in the cross is that she keeps trying to say what everyone else said. And the judge eventually is like, can you stop that? But her testimony isn't super important. So, yeah. You're waking up my whole family, but I can't hear the rest of the audio is at any speed. Okay, let me try to fix that. I got this at... it's pretty much at max. Let me see if I can turn myself down. Maybe that'll fix it. I had myself turned up, so maybe that will help. We're going to see.
For high school, that's a tri-town, so it's Stowe, Bolton, and Lancaster. That's where I attended for grades 9 through 12.
What did you do after high school?
After high school, I immediately went to the University of New Hampshire, where I obtained a bachelor's in business management.
After you graduated from UNH, what did you do?
After UNH, I did a cross-country road trip where I traveled Southwest U.S., and I got a job as a wilderness instructor at a therapy camp.
I don't have anything to...
in southern Utah.
And what do you mean by a therapy camp?
I worked as a lead counselor for some youth between the ages of roughly 15 to 18, and there were some early adults as well that were above 18. And they came to this camp for a variety of different problems, whether it was drug issues, whether it was anger issues, whether they had problems at home. They would come to this camp and we would help build confidence. We'd give them coping mechanisms. We would do that in a wilderness setting. We would teach them primitive living skills, and we would assist them in their transition, going back to their families or whatever they had after.
At some point, did you make your way back east?
I did, yes. I was out there for roughly 8 months, and I shortly came back after.
Okay. What did you do when you came back?
When I came back, I shortly thereafter, in the fall of 2017, I enlisted in the United States Army.
Okay. Did you go to boot camp?
I did, yes. I attended boot camp. In Fort Benning, Georgia. I enlisted as an infantry. So I attended boot camp in Fort Benning, Georgia. Immediately after boot camp and advanced infantry training, I went to airborne school, which was also at Fort Benning. Right after I graduated from airborne school, I was moved to Fort Bragg, North Carolina.
And then I blinked.
And that's where I spent the rest of my tenure in the Army.
Okay. How long was that?
Altogether, I attempted to try to become a Green Beret, where I went to try to go for Special Forces. I went to, it's called SOPC, which is Special Operations Prep Force, prior to selection. And during that training, I was severely injured. I ended up hurting some ligaments and tendons and needed reconstructive surgery on my tendons. So I ended up shortly getting out of the military after that.
How's my sound now?
Discharge in the, I believe, winter of 2019.
So then, did you come back up here?
I did, yes. I returned back to Massachusetts shortly thereafter. After that, I worked several different jobs. I ended up at Fidelity for a while. I worked in their 401k department. And then shortly thereafter, I started going through civil service and applying to jobs for to become a firefighter.
Okay. Did you eventually get one?
I did, yes. I got on at North Andover Fire Department in August of 2021. It was at that point I also went back to get went back to my fire science degree at Anna Maria College. which was obtained roughly a year and a half ago. I got my bachelor's degree in fire science.
So what is your role in the North Andover Fire Department?
I'm a firefighter EMT in the North Andover Fire Department. My job is to protect life and property.
When you say an EMT, do you work as a firefighter full-time or an EMT, or how does it work there?
With the rotation that we have, the newest 24 members on the fire department, they're in charge of running the ambulance. So on my shift, what we do is we work 2 weeks on the ambulance, and then that third week rotating off, we either go on the engine or the ladder truck.
Do you know a person by the name of Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
I do, yes.
How and when did you first meet her?
It was September of 2023. She had reached out to me on Facebook. She had seen a picture of me posted on the North Andover Fire Department page. She was recently going to be getting hired as a North Andover police officer, and she reached out to me on Facebook.
Fair to say you developed a relationship with her?
We did very quickly, yes.
Okay. At some point, did it become more than casual?
Yep, it became more than casual very quickly. Both of us developed feelings very quickly, and that developed into a relationship very quickly as well. And it was about roughly 6 months after that we had initially met that that Kelsey and I had moved in together.
Ladies, do not date a guy who does not blink.
Where did you move in?
She had owned a home at 125 Phillips Brooks in North Andover. My lease had ended that May of 2024, and at that point we decided that we were going to live together, and I wasn't going to renew my current lease that I had.
And I'm sorry, remind me, were you on the fire department? You were on the fire department.
I was.
So were you living in North Andover at the time?
I was living in North Andover, yes.
At some point, you guys were living together. You had a baby?
That is correct.
Okay. And when was a boy or girl?
Boy.
Okay. How old now?
He is 13 months old.
Okay. And what's his date of birth?
2/16/2025.
So he was born while you were living together at 125 Phillips Brook?
Yes.
At some point, and I'm going to turn your attention to the weekend of July 28th, 29th, going into Monday the 30th, okay?
Okay.
Did your relationship become strained in any way? Just yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of that,
Did your relationship become strained in any way? And the yes or no is specifically to make sure that he doesn't get into it, right? Did your relationship become strained is fine, but it's clear that there's a ruling that says don't get into how and why it became strained, because that's irrelevant here. And I saw a chat that where'd it go? I saw a chat I want to pull up and I can't. There it is. Misdemeanor says, Runkle, met you at CrimeCon. Love your channel, insights, experience, and humor. Thank you so much. CrimeCon, I really enjoyed the meetup. I didn't enjoy the rest of CrimeCon. So I probably won't go back to another CrimeCon unless they're like, hey, we really want you and we're going to pay for your everything. Otherwise, it'll just be like, nah, I've been. That's it.
you decide to do something on June 30th, that Monday.
Yes, I ended up obtaining a restraining order.
Okay. Now I'm going to just step back for a second, and we're going to talk about that day in particular, okay?
Okay.
At some point, were you communicating with the defendant at all?
Yes.
How so?
It started in the morning. It was both text and phone calls that we were going back and forth with each other. I had requested to see my son. I wanted to make sure that he was okay. She had sent many disturbing messages back and forth to me.
So he was trying to get in like the content of whatever those messages are, and the judge is like, yeah, no. Hey, Nick Starro, it's good to see you. Yeah, EDB said the same thing. One of the best things about CrimeCon was meeting EDB. So, yeah.
Where were you on the 30th, on that Monday? Were you living at 125 Phillips Brook?
That was my permanent legal residence, but I was at my parents' house that day.
Okay. Have you gone, when was the last time you had been there?
It would have been June 27th, I believe, the day before our planned bachelor.
Okay. At any point, did you go back there to retrieve some items, guns, or anything like that?
Yes, the day prior, I had gone to obtain, I knew that I needed to pick up my firearms. I had feared for my son, and I thought that his life was in danger and grave risk.
Any further questions on Mrs. Phillips on relevance grounds to whether Mrs. Fitzsimmons assaulted a policeman in bedroom with just the two?
Okay. I'm just going to take the objections one at a time. That objection sustained, I will strike.
I would love to do a Law Nerd Con. I mean, if I had the ability to organize one, I would, but the ability I would have to organize one would be in Edmonton, where nobody wants to go. Emily probably has much more ability to set up a Law Nerd Con, and I would, yeah, that would be amazing. So, or like a Law Nerd. I thought about doing like a law tube con or a law tube cruise or something like that. That would be awesome. I just don't think I have the ability to actually make that happen in a worthwhile way. So, oh yes, I am going to be doing a meetup in Chicago. There will be a meetup in Chicago. So that will be a thing. That's going to be a thing. So yeah. An online law tube thing would be cool because a lot of us are shy in person. That's the thing, is we're all shy in person. So we can all be shy in person together. So yeah. Chicago of all places. Yes, I have to go to Chicago for Janet stuff. Yeah.
Firearms. Yes, sir. How many?
Roughly 9.
And where were they kept in the home?
They were kept upstairs in the closet. There was a large rifle safe. Several of them were kept in there. And then I had one firearm that I would keep in our bedroom that was in a green chest directly. If you were to walk into the bedroom, it was on the left side in the green chest, directly next to the door frame, locked up in my green safe.
Okay, so if you walk into your home through the door, yes, the front door, the stairs to upstairs, fair to say, almost right in front of you?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as you walk up the stairs, there are 2 rooms at the top.
Yes.
There's a landing and 2 rooms at the top, correct?
Yes.
The safe.
Okay, I'm going to address this. The can we all crash the hearing? Fucking don't. I know I've said this about other things, but don't. I do not want people there. I do not want anybody bothering Janet. Don't. Like, leave Janet alone. Leave the hearing alone. Do not all show up. That would be extremely bad. If I see you there, I will be pissed at you. Like, don't. Nobody should be bothering Janet. Nobody should be bothering the court. Let this be like don't turn it into a circus. It's not going to be helpful, and it's not going to be desirable. So don't. And yeah, when I say don't contact Janet, I mean it. When I say don't, any of that, like, we can say thank you to Janet at the when we meet up. When there's the meetup, we can all be like, we're gonna raise a glass to, like, just to be glad that we're all together in Chicago and that it wouldn't have happened otherwise. But nobody should be contacting her. Nobody should be anything. Stay the F away. I don't even want to be at the hearing. So you shouldn't want to be at the hearing either. It's like, why would you want to go to a place I don't want to be? So, all right, carrying on here.
That you had described, the green safe, which way would you go to get to the green safe?
You would take a right into the bedroom, and then the first foot that you would step into the bedroom, it was directly on your left, on the ground.
That was a bad question. What color is the safe, the rifle safe?
The rifle safe was black.
Black, okay. I want to talk about that first. I apologize. Now, where was that?
If you were to go up the stairs and you were on the landing, you would take a left. You would go into that room right there, and then it was in that closet directly on the left side of the room.
Okay, and it's a rifle safe, meaning it has a lock?
Yes.
What kind of lock?
I believe it was a keypad lock.
Okay. Do you know if the defendant had any firearms?
Yes.
How many?
I couldn't be exact. She just got her license to carry returned to her. I don't know the exact number of firearms that were returned to her.
Okay, what kind were they?
Several handguns.
Handguns? Okay. When you went on the 29th to retrieve your handguns, where did you go?
I went directly upstairs and I went into that gun safe, the rifle safe that was on the left side of the landing, and I retrieved my firearms from there first.
Okay. And then you talked about a green safe.
Yes.
We're going to talk about that. You walk up the stairs, the landing is there, you go to the right, which is the bedroom, correct?
Correct.
The other room, is that the one with the crib in it?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if you go right to your left, you had described on the floor, correct?
Yes.
You had one gun in there?
Yes.
Did you see any other guns in there when you opened that?
No, I did not.
So are we now talking about the green safe?
Yes.
Okay.
A second.
Sure.
Now, I know when we get to cross, there's going to be some people who are like, what? That's it? And I'm just going to tell you now, the reason why that's it is because this guy is not actually the show at this trial. This guy is not, this guy's not, he is the cause of all of this, but he's not the thing. I'm sorry. I tried turning down the volume. I asked if it was better, but apparently not. So it is. This guy can be awful, but he's not super relevant to the actual charges, right? He's going to be super important for the family stuff, but not this yet. So
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 40 first, okay?
Okay.
See that screen?
I do, yes.
Recognize what that is?
Yes.
So describe where the photo taker, the picture taker, would be standing in that home.
They'd be standing on the landing as immediately as you go up to the stairs to the second floor in between the two rooms.
Okay, and that's the one on the left that we had been describing,
Yes.
correct? I'm going to show you what's been previously marked.
The one on the left, meaning the room on the left?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 45. Can you see that?
Yes.
Do you recognize
her house is way cleaner than mine.
what that is?
I do, yes.
What is it?
That is the nursery. That's the closet with my clothes in it. And behind my clothes is the black rifle safe.
Okay. And that is, when you're standing on the landing, that is the room to the left, and the closet in that room is where the rifle safe is?
Correct.
I'm juicing my volume down a little bit.
And I'm sorry if I asked this already. Did you see any of the defendant's guns in that rifle safe?
Yes.
How many, do you remember?
I don't remember exactly. I believe there was two, but I don't remember the exact amount.
Now, bear with me, I'm going to take it step by step. I'm going to show you exhibit number 49. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, that is taken from the landing, going up to the second floor on the right side. That's facing our bedroom with my green safe on the floor.
Okay, so the picture taker is on the landing, correct?
Correct.
The stairs are pretty much behind them.
Directly behind.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 51. Do you recognize that room, first of all?
Yes, I recognize the room.
And that's the same room we were just talking about?
Yes.
The green.
I've had Malort before. Malort tastes like what happens when gasoline goes bad. I do not plan to drink Malort in in Chicago. It's like, sorry.
Safe is the box in the left corner of the picture?
Yes, and on the ground, the large chest, the box, yes.
Okay, so this is the safe you were talking about?
Yes.
I will definitely be trying to meet up with Bob and Ellie and law talk with Mike.
I may have, but I don't remember seeing it.
When you went on the 29th and retrieved your gun out of that safe, and you didn't see any of the defendant's guns in that safe, correct?
I don't believe so, sir.
Do you remember that box being on top?
That box was not there, sir.
Now, I'm going to turn your attention, now that we're on the 29th, I'm going to turn your attention to the 30th. You had stated that you had been calling and texting the defendant throughout that day, correct?
Yes.
Were there any plans attempted to be made by anyone?
No, I won't.
She
I'll
had made
just be
several
out.
attempts to try to get me to meet her at the Common via text message. She had reached out and said, can we meet the Common at 2 p.m.? My initial response back to that was, for what? She then, again, tried to get me to reason with me, to meet me at the Common again. At that point, I said I had no gas. There was no way for me to get there. And she tried to meet up at several points, and I told her that was not comfortable. I did not.
So I had a thought here. I had an opinion. So he says, I don't have any money for gas. I got no money for gas. And I'm like, you're working as a firefighter. How the fuck do you not have the ability to buy gas, sir? And like, if this guy can't afford gas when he's working as a firefighter, what's he spending his money on? Where is that money going? Where is that? Now, side note, Kelsey Fitzsimmons has alleged that he's got a drug problem. Oh, and he lives with his parents. So if he lives with his parents and he has no money for gas, I mean, this guy, it sounds like he might have a serious rug addiction. Persian, woven, any kind of rug or carpeting. It sounds like he's he's rocking. And like just all the carpets. I mean, I don't know. I'm but it is weird, right? If he doesn't have any money for gas when he's earning six figures and living with his mom. Okay.
Comfortable being alone with you. I wanted to make sure my son was okay, and I feared that his life was in danger.
Where were you when the texting back and forth was happening?
I believe I was at my parents' house in Stowe.
Okay. At some point, did you make your way to North Andover?
I did, yes.
Why?
So he keeps trying to get in, like, I was worried that her life was in danger and whatever else. And it's like, that's not part of the question. That wasn't asked. So he is trying to get his own shit in here. And yeah.
I felt that my son's life was in grave danger and that imminent harm may come to him in the hands of Kelsey.
Okay. So as a result of that.
There's an objection. Overruled just as the state line, not the truth.
So where did you go?
I went to my friend Hunter Hassan.
The thing is that you can go and you can go get a new debit card at the bank. Like you walk into a bank and you're just like, hey, I need a new debit card, and they will print you out one right then and there.
House. He was renting an apartment in North Andover at the time.
Did you call anybody to meet you there?
I don't know if I had made the calls or they had called me, but I had called my sister Courtney. I told her that I was going to North Andover. I had fears for my son, and that I didn't know what was going to happen, but I had called her, and I was in contact with Kelsey's maid of honor, Katrina, and her bridesmaid, Michelle.
So Katrina, Michelle.
And yeah, here's the thing. If he can't afford gas when he's living rent-free, who's buying the baby food? Who's buying the diapers? Who's buying any of those things? Right? Remember Eminem, those damn food stamps don't buy diapers. Where babies ain't cheap. Babies are insanely expensive.
Courtney, Hunter, and you?
Yes, sir.
Are you all in Hunter's house right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Without saying what was said between was there anybody else there? Because I have five.
I believe Hunter's girlfriend at the time, she was there as well. I believe she was present.
Okay. Now, were you communicating when you were there with the defendant at all?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
There were text messages that were being exchanged just over Caden, our son, and just general messages back and forth.
Okay. Did you ever agree to go meet her at the park?
No, sir.
Okay. At some point, did you learn through the text messages anyway that she knew you were at Hunter's?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that?
all of us were at Hunter's. We were all discussing the events that had occurred and what we could do to ensure Caden's safety, which is our son, but also Kelsey and everyone else around. At one point, Kelsey had messaged my phone.
To the extent that questions are open-ended, producing narrative answer object, and there's been all sorts of objections sustained about the answer. So we ask the court to maybe direct the Commonwealth to make more specific questions so that it doesn't produce an answer that's happening.
Bradle, your microphone and you are in a different time zone. Can you please, for the love of God, move that up? I'm going to see, somebody was saying, are closed captions available yet? I'm going to try. I'm hitting refresh. No luck on the closed captions. So we're just stuck. But like Bradle needs to get within 30 feet of his microphone because it's tough to hear. So you see, that's Bradle, and his mic is over like here somewhere. Yeah, his mic is right here. It's like, move your mic closer to your face hole because it doesn't do any good there, like where it is.
So the objection's overruled. If you could just try to just answer the question to the best of your ability, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, next question.
Thank you. Did she, meaning the defendant, say something to you to indicate that she knew you were at Hunter's?
She
Yes,
had,
yes or no?
yes.
Okay, what did she say?
I don't remember the exact verbiage, but it was, what are you doing? Something along the lines of, what are you doing at Hunter's? What is happening? Why are you with my friends? Something along those lines.
I got to post that.
Now, without getting into the conversation that you had
I'm sorry.
with your friends and with your sister, was a decision made for you to go somewhere to do something?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
To go to Lawrence to obtain a restraining order attached with temporary custody of Caden.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes.
Where did you go? Do you remember?
I don't remember the exact, it was family probate court, I believe it was, but I'm not 100% sure.
And who did you go with?
I went with my sister Courtney.
Okay. Now, did you fill out paperwork while you were there?
I did, yes.
Did anyone assist you in filling that out?
Yes, my sister helped me, and then there was also someone with the court system. I don't know who the name was, but they assisted as well.
Fair to say you went in front of a...
So I started a new goal in order to assist with this person to blink. Because, yeah. Runkle, I get you may think you'd be accused of weaponizing followers, but if the hearing is as public as any other U.S. court event, how is it not the height of hypocrisy to circus accuse? ABQ Cat, if it was... There's a big difference between people showing up and people who are directly my followers showing up. I don't think it'll be helpful given this circumstance. So, I mean, I've got no power to keep you out. I am just saying, if you're going to try to help me, don't. Because it's not something helpful. Just saying. Like, it's not going to be helpful on that. And I am asking people not to show. So, because if the court thinks that I set it up, then the court is going to like potentially hold it against me. So again, don't help Janet. Don't contact Janet, but also don't help Janet, which is what showing up en masse would be doing.
Judge, an order was issued, and then you left the building, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you go when you left the building?
Now, when I watch his eyes, I want this guy piss tested, but I can't say for certain. I'm just like, I have a question.
I immediately went to the North Andover Police Department.
When you got there, did you have a conversation, without saying what was said, with some of the police personnel there?
Yes.
Did you give them anything?
I believe I handed them the restraining order, and they said that it was already faxed to them.
Okay. At some point, did they leave?
They did, yes.
And what did you do?
I waited at the police station while they went to the Kelsey Fitzsimmons home.
Okay. And at some point, did you get a call?
I did, yes.
From who?
I believe it was from Officer Daly. He had called to inform me to come to the residence and get custody of my son.
The only other one I know of is Law and Crime, and the Law and Crime stream, has a lot of like garbage on it.
Did you go?
I did, yes.
Did you go with anybody else?
My sister and I, we both went to the house. We took 2 separate cars.
Did you get there at the same time?
Yes.
What happened when you got there?
At that point, we both walked into the house. Officer Daly was downstairs. 2 officers were upstairs. And Kelsey's mother was holding the baby in the living room. At that point, I obtained Kaden from her mother. And then we initially started to put him in a car seat. And then once he started crying, we figured it might be best, my sister and I, to get him ready for transport, to bring him back to Stowe outside.
Okay, so who...
Oh, I just realized the problem. I've been...
carried...
Chat, I'm an idiot. I just realized the problem. Okay, let's try this. Chat, did that help? Because I just realized what the problem was. You guys have been saying I'm too loud, so I've been turning down the mic in StreamYard. And the mic in StreamYard is piped in with me and the court audio. So when I was turning down the mic in StreamYard to try to make me not so loud, I was turning down the court audio. I hope I've got it fixed now. God, that was dumb. I
Kaden out.
My sister Courtney did.
And what
is
did you
this
do?
better, chat?
I asked if I could obtain some clothes while I was there. I just needed something so I could live day to day, as I had no clothes or any of my son's.
Was this the first time you went out, or did you go back in the house a second time, if you remember?
This was the first. I went out the first time, and then I came back in.
Okay, so the first...
I'm such a moron. That was exceptionally dumb on my end. And when I realized it, I was like, oh my God, are you kidding me? Oh, I am sorry, folks. Yeah, that was bad.
time you went out, Courtney went out with Kaden.
Yes.
What did you take, if you remember?
I believe I had a car seat in my hand.
Okay. At some point, you came back
Yes.
and you asked permission to do something?
Yes, I asked permission to get some clothes and a few clothes for Kaden and some of his bottles and formula.
Okay, so where did you go?
I went down to the basement that was under construction at the time.
So here's a fun question. This guy's like, I wanted to go pick up Kaden, but I also wanted his bottles and formula. It's like, why don't you have bottles and formula? You got this all planned out. So yeah.
There was no lights on, so I believe I had my camera, my phone out with the light on it, and I was searching for a suitcase that I had down there just to throw some clothes in.
At some point, was your attention drawn to something?
Yes.
What happened?
Did you shit yourself, sir? Remember, you are under oath. Did you shit yourself? And if so, how much? And Was it solid or did it run down your leg?
I immediately heard an officer's commands. I heard an officer scream out, "Stop, don't do it." At that point, I had heard several gunshots ring out, and I heard Kelsey's mother screaming.
And then I heard the sound of yakety sax as it was like, as you started running, and then pratfalled from multiple angles.
What did you do then?
At that point, I immediately ran through the garage, which was connected just to the basement. There was no wall there. Again, we're putting up a wall, so I ran straight through there. I fumbled with the lock for a second to get it open as there was no light down there.
He ran as fast as corn could propel him.
As I got it open, I threw the door open. I ran around the side of the house, screaming for my sister to run.
And so where did you go? Did you see your sister?
I believe I saw her briefly. I did see her running down past the school that was adjacent to our property.
With Caden?
Correct, yes.
So what did you do?
At that point, as I saw my sister run, I knew that we needed a vehicle for transportation to get out of there, to get out of the area as fast as possible. Fearing for my son's life, for my sister's life.
Just what you did.
I got into my vehicle. I believe I had made eye contact very briefly with Officer Houston, who was grabbing his medical bag out of his patrol vehicle. I got into my...
He's hauling ass, and he's making eye contact with the people who are like, dude, where the fuck are you going? Now, if you thought that this guy was like animatronic, you're not that far off.
My truck, and I immediately pulled a U-turn.
Yeah, I'm wondering why he didn't become a Green Beret. He's like, I injured my leg, tearing my tendon, running away from loud noises.
And drove where I saw my sister running from. Once I got to the other end of the school, I had stopped my vehicle, and at that.
And the question is, do we believe this? But it's clear that those statements are excluded.
Point, I didn't see which direction my sister had gone, so I had stood outside my car yelling her name repeatedly. I wasn't sure where she was or if she was okay. And then
at some point, did she appear?
She did appear. She came running out behind another house across the way, and she came running over towards me.
So Daddy, the Green Beret, hears gunshots in the house, and he hauls ass on his own. And then he thinks about his kid. You know how many parents I know who would run towards the gunfire if they thought their kid was there? Most of them. This guy runs his ass out of there. And then it's like, oh yeah, is my kid okay?
And what happened when she got to you?
She got in the vehicle, and then we quickly drove down the road to get away towards Mass Ave in North Andover.
And where did you eventually go?
We eventually made our way back to Stone, Massachusetts, my parents' residence.
Thank you. Want to just have 1 second?
Yes.
I didn't spot you. I didn't. Okay, we'll see if they show the audience again.
With a gun?
Was he running towards the baby? Okay. I didn't think he knew where the baby was at that point. Like, I would have ran upstairs. I hope. Anyway.
That you and the defendant had, were they ever kept in the basement?
No,
Is there a gun safe in the basement?
there was never a gun safe in the basement.
Did you have a way?
Look at this. He's at 1.25 speed. Look at this.
Did you have a way of remotely accessing the surveillance cameras?
I could look at them.
Did you before you went over?
Remotely accessing them, I was able to view them, yes.
Okay, when you did you see?
It's like 2 minutes before he blinks. I'm like, oh my God. Blink.
The defendant's car in the driveway.
No.
Okay. Is that where she usually parked?
Yes, always.
Okay. And when I asked you that question, what time frame were we talking about?
During the day, what time?
Yeah.
It must have been roughly 5 o'clock, 5 p.m.
Like, his blinking is so... I don't know. I don't know what's going on with all of that, but it seems just, yeah.
Thank you.
Cross-examination?
All right. So a lot of people online were like, why doesn't he cross this guy extra hard? It's like, because this guy is not the show. This guy's not actually relevant.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So a lot of talk about gun safes. The safe that you mentioned with your rifles in it, that was in the baby's room, correct?
Correct, yes.
And that's the room as you go up the stairs to the left, you hit the landing, you go make a left, you're in the baby's room, correct?
Correct.
And then you visited the house on the 29th to retrieve your guns, right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that
9 firearms. Does he think he's Runkle? Honey, you think I have 9 guns? I think I've got more guns in... Ooh, honey, 9. No, we are not at 9. 9 was a long time ago. Yeah, no, we not at 9. I'm not sure what it is. I'd have to go and look, but it's not 9.
you spent about 60 seconds with the baby.
I would say that's not true.
Kelsey had to tell you, do you want to see your baby? Do you want to hold your baby? And you held your baby for about a minute. Isn't that right?
I was at the property for roughly 30 minutes.
That wasn't the question that was asked. Whether or not you were at the property for a minute. You were asked how long you held your kid. By the way, I might have more than 9 millimeters. So I might have more than 9 nines. But you see how he dodged the question? There's this technique that gets used for deception. And sometimes it's taught to people. And he's doing it wrong if he's doing it. So the technique goes like this. The technique is you're asked a question and you intentionally answer a different question. Now, the way you do it properly is that you do that in your head. You do that as a mental step, right? And so it's like somebody asks you, somebody asks you, oh, did you steal the, did you steal the money? And you're like, and you mentally answer like something else in your head. You rephrase the question to yourself, and then you answer a different question. The thing is, you're not supposed to do it out loud. What you're supposed to do at that point is you ask yourself the question of, like whatever, and then you answer out loud the question you asked yourself. It's a kind of self-deception thing. he is like, he's actively answering just the wrong question. So when you see somebody do this thing where they answer the question that wasn't asked, it's a deceptive tactic.
It's fair to say that you spent about 60 seconds with the baby.
I would say that's not true.
And look how long it takes him to formulate an answer. This is at 1 speed.
It's fair to say that you spent about 60 seconds with the baby.
I would say that's not true.
It takes a long time, and he comes with, I would say that's not true. Well, would it be true that it's not true? Okay.
Kelsey had to tell you, do you want to see your baby? Do you want to hold your baby? And you held your baby for about a minute. Isn't that right?
I was at the property for roughly 30 minutes.
That's not what was asked. It was asked, did you hold your baby for approximately 1 minute? Nobody cares how long you were in the shitter. Nobody cares how long you were sitting on the couch. Nobody cares how long you were leaving a brown trail out of the house. What we care about is the answer to this question.
Answer my question.
Okay.
Is that true?
Yes.
So, with respect to the gun safe in the bedroom to the right, up until then that was your and Kelsey's bedroom, correct?
Correct, yes.
And there was a green safe in that bedroom, right?
Yes, sir.
And on the 29th, you went to that bedroom and you retrieved some of your firearms from that green safe, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, that was your grandfather's safe, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And you wanted to take that with you, didn't you?
I did, yes, sir.
And you took Kelsey's guns out of that safe and you put them on the bed so that you could take only your guns and your grandfather's safe. Isn't that correct?
I did not take the gun safe, sir. Isn't
that what your intention was until Kelsey asked you not to?
I did leave the gun safe, yes, sir.
He's dodging, he's weaving, and the lawyer isn't letting him.
You left it because Kelsey asked you to leave it because she needed a place to safely keep her guns, right?
I don't know if that was her intention, sir.
So let's just go back a minute. You said that you went into that safe, you didn't see any other guns, you took your guns, and you left. Isn't it true that you took Kelsey's guns, which you did see in the safe, you put them on the bed, and you tried to take the safe?
I do not remember if I took any of her guns out of the safe, sir. I don't remember seeing any of her firearms in that green safe. I only remember seeing them in the black safe.
So, I mean, you were very interested in getting your stuff out of that house on a couple occasions. This is your chance to get your grandfather's gun safe out of there, and it's your testimony that you just decided to leave it?
The only priority was removing my firearms. That was secondary because it was holding my safe, and it meant a safe transport way to move that firearm out of the house in a secure manner.
And when you left Kelsey with her firearms, and you took yours and you went back to Stowe with your father, correct?
Yes, sir, I took my firearms.
Now, you said you were, just want to get it right. You said that you work at the North Andover Fire Department, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you work there presently?
Yes, sir.
Are you on the schedule?
No, sir.
Why not?
The reason why he's not is because he's been suspended because of allegations of drug use.
He opened the door.
Objection. Relevancy? Yeah, I'll hear you sidebar.
All right, so they go to sidebar. This guy's going to continue doing his best lizard impression, where he sits there moistening his lips in the most unsettling fashion as his eyes continue to not blink.
Presently, sir, you're not on the schedule and you're not presently able to work for that department, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And the reason you were placed on suspension or administrative leave, whatever you call it, is because you have been caught on video many, many times using drugs that are in violation of your department and the town policy, correct?
allegations were placed against me, and the town has a responsibility to do their due diligence and investigate that matter.
So that's a yes.
So, were you caught on video doing drugs? That was the question, not were allegations placed on you. Were you caught on video doing drugs? Answer the question.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
When did that go into place?
I don't have the exact date, but roughly a week or two ago.
Do you know the duration of this suspension or whatever you want to call it? How, oh, sorry.
Let's move on, Mr. Brady.
Sure. Nothing further, thank you.
Read your arm?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the cross-examination is basically, you don't really like your baby, do you? And also, you use a lot of drugs, right? That's about it. Okay, so skipping ahead, now we get to this guy.
Did you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
You may have a seat and put yourself right up to the mic. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
Excellent, thank you. You may proceed.
Sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself? Spell your first name and your last name.
Patrick Noonan, Patricknoonan.
I hate his hair. He's got a good beard. I just hate his hair. What the hell is with this? He's got like dirtbag hair with like Santa beard. It's weird.
And how old are you, sir?
50.
And what town do you live in?
North Andover.
Where were you born?
Rochester, New York.
How long did you stay there?
Until I was about 4 years old.
And where did you move to?
North Andover.
All right, nobody gives a shit. Okay, skipping on a little bit.
Point. How long did you work there?
Couple years. It wasn't too long.
Did you meet anybody significant in your life while you worked at Macy's?
My wife.
Who's that?
Nobody cares where he met his wife. He's here because he shot somebody. Nobody cares who he's stooping or not stooping.
Angie.
Okay. And was she working there also?
She was.
Did you get married at some point?
We did.
Oh my God, who cares? Skip ahead to the yeah.
Of the force. So when I went in, I went through my tech school, which is almost like a police academy. We learned various different things in there, land nav, different weapons systems, things of that nature. And then once you graduate, you get your orders cut.
And what were your orders originally?
Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Okay. And what was your role when you were in Cheyenne, Wyoming?
I originally, when I was waiting for my security clearance, I was originally working on the ground. So ingress, egress from the gates, a cruiser, enforce the laws of the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
When you're going through that type of training, are you trained in the use of firearms?
Yes.
Any different, all different types?
Yes.
Any other types of weapons?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. He's not trained in the use of all different types of firearms. Sir, did they train you in the use of break action shotguns? Okay, come on.
Such as?
The 6C, which is a fully automatic machine gun. The SAW, which is pretty much the same, only it's a little lighter. The 203, which is an M16 with a grenade launcher attached to it. M16 and also your sidearm.
Eventually, did you get your security clearance?
I did.
Okay, and was your assignment different when you got that?
Yes, they moved me over to like a camper team. So whenever a facility goes down, you go with a four-man team to protect the site.
Okay. What kind of sites are we talking about?
Missile sites,
Okay. Nuclear missile sites?
yes.
And are they in one state, more than one state?
Tri-state.
So this guy, his thing for the last however many years, is he defends nuclear missiles. Okay.
What tri-state area was that?
That would be Wyoming, Nebraska, and Wyoming, Nebraska, Colorado.
Now, I just hope that whatever things threaten those nuclear missiles are not more than like 3 feet away, because he's got like a 50-50 accuracy rate at 3 feet. So, what, what's his ability to shoot at, say, 200 meters?
And was that your range, or?
Yes.
And at some point, well, can you tell us a little bit about the training you got? Was there any specific training for that job?
It was basically like on-job training.
Okay.
We're already trained up, so you get your orders, you get your assignment, and you link up with your four-man team.
Okay. At some point, did you move on from what you had described as a camper team?
Yes.
To where?
Fire team.
And what is a fire team?
Fire team consists of 4 people. Each person carries a different weapon, from the machine guns to the 203, so on and so forth. Our primary responsibilities were, if any alarms were tripped on any of the missile sites, we respond.
Okay. And so you're heavily armed.
Mm-hmm.
Is when you say you respond, is that on the ground?
Yes, it's on a Humvee. Yeah.
Okay. Did you at some point
Subtitles are available.
Move from a camper team to something else?
Yeah, to the fire team, and then from the fire team, I went to the 37.
Note that he already asked, what did you do after camper team? And the guy's like, I went to fire team. And he's like, okay, so what did you do after camper team? And he's like, I went to fire team. And then I assume you're going to ask me about the other things. So, yeah.
Helicopter unit.
Okay, so the helicopter unit.
Helicopter unit.
So how was your role different in the helicopter unit than it was on the camper team or the fire team?
We're still a four-man fire team, but our primary mission there was to have overwatch whenever we're transporting nukes to or from base. And we basically radio down to the U.S. Marshal if we see a potential threat up ahead.
Okay, so we're learning a whole lot right now about how nuclear weapons are protected and stored and transported. Isn't this exciting? I'm wondering if this is like something he has permission to talk about, because like I didn't know all of these details about, because now if I'm thinking, hey, I want to steal a nuclear weapon, I'm like reviewing this guy and being like, all right, let's so there's gonna be like a fire team coming of 4 men. Here's the weapons they'll be using. They'll have a helicopter, and I'm like, I see somebody saying there are literally documentaries about this. It isn't news. Okay. I'm just like, why are we hearing all this? Basically, the reason why they go into this for like a long time is to big this guy up, right?
That was a bad question.
Oh.
How long did you make it, right? You made it.
He shot
And
Kelsey.
how long did you participate in this Lawrence SWAT team?
This guy is the most important witness. This guy is the most important witness, aside from Kelsey.
There was no gun.
There was no gun. Did she say anything in response to that?
Yeah, she reiterated the gun.
Oh, too far.
parked her car, which was at least 150 yards away from her house. And we all thought that that was very odd.
So where did you go?
We pulled up right before the house. The foliage was pretty overgrown. So we left our cars there, got out, and walked up to the front door.
Okay. At some point, did you come into contact with the defendant?
Yes, we did.
How did that happen?
Lieutenant Daly knocked on the door or rang the doorbell, and she came out.
This is a good question. How long is this trial supposed to run? It would not surprise me if the state closed its case tomorrow, and it would not surprise me at all if the defense called their entire case tomorrow. It is entirely possible that the case is done and dusted by tomorrow. So tomorrow's recap might, in fact, be the end of this, but we don't know. It could be longer. It could be shorter. End of the week, it might be shorter than that. We'll see. But I mean, this is their most critical witness. We'll see.
Okay. Was she with anybody?
Her baby.
Well, where did you go?
We went into the family room. She went straight to a couch that's off to the left, and I kind of went straight. There was another couch, and I believe Houston was to the left of me.
Did you see and hear Lieutenant Daly interacting with the defendant?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you saw?
He explained the situation that Justin had taken the restraining order out, that we were going to have to remove firearms from the house, and that the baby, their son, he was going to be...
How long can judges take to decide on the verdict? I mean, judges can theoretically take months. I'm waiting about a month right now from a verdict from the Court of Appeal. I had the Supreme Court of Canada deliver a verdict for me in, for a case I argued, in 2 hours. I have had judges on bench trials deliver verdicts immediately after closing. But I don't think we're going to get a verdict immediately. I think we're going to get a verdict. The earliest I would say is about 2 hours. I think what he might do is he will, he's going to take some time and write it out, I suspect. He could simply deliver a verdict from the bench, right? Like closings are done. And he says, okay, I convict or I acquit, possibly with reasons to follow. But I suspect he's going to take some time, and he may come back with a prepared written decision. And yeah.
In Justin's custody for, I think it was 14 days until the next court hearing.
Yeah, I mean, he might actually say, I am acquitting in this matter, and I will deliver, I will give full reasons in due course. He could do that, right? That is perfectly acceptable. Or he could say, I'm going to take 2 hours or whatever else, right? He's got a whole range of options.
When Lieutenant Daly mentioned that the guns were going to be removed, did the defendant say anything about that?
Yeah, she said that they were...
Yeah, that's not a binding promise. If he needs to think, he may think. He will take some time.
Located downstairs in the basement.
No, judges don't usually fill out verdict forms.
What happened after that?
I noticed her duty belt on the couch, so I went and checked that. There was no firearm in there, and I observed a gun case on a mantle. I opened that up, and there was no gun.
There was no gun. Did she say anything in response to that?
Yeah, she reiterated the guns were downstairs in the basement.
What happened next?
She went to gather some belongings for their son, and she came up and handed me the baby. He was screaming, I was trying to calm him down. I believe she gave me his bottle, and I was trying to feed him. But I'm thinking it can't be too comfortable. I wear an outer carrier vest, and I have all my equipment in the front, so it was kind of hard to cruise on.
Did you eventually hand the baby off to someone else?
I did. I believe Lieutenant Daly.
Now, if, do you typically wear gloves when you're on duty?
I do.
Were you wearing gloves that day?
Yes, briefly for maybe like 10 minutes.
Okay, did you take them off once you were in the house?
I did.
Now, did Miss Fitzsimmons leave the room at all?
While I was with the baby, yes. Lieutenant Daly and Officer Houston escorted her around. I think it may have been a kitchen area. I never went back there, so I just basically stayed in the family room with their son.
Okay. Did, on a typical...
I feel like this is a thing, right? The kid's going to be screaming because there's a whole bunch of strangers, and mom is going to be like, when mom is stressed, baby's going to be stressed. That's just how that's going to be, right? So, yeah, of course the kid's screaming.
Typical restraining order service, would you let a person who is the subject of the restraining order walk around the house unattended?
No.
Okay. At some point, did they come back?
Yes.
Okay. What happened after that?
I handed the baby off. I was standing in front of her stairs, and she had stated that she had clothes upstairs for the baby, so I handed the baby off.
And so did someone go upstairs?
Myself and Officer Houston.
Okay. Where did you go?
We, right at the top of the stairs, it's like it's a very small hallway. Right to the left is the baby's room. Right to the right is the main bedroom.
Okay. And so where did she go first?
To the left, to the baby's room.
And what did you observe?
I observed a crib. The back wall had bookshelves of sort, and there were just clothes on the ground.
Did you enter the room or did you stay on the outside?
I entered the room there.
Okay. What did you see the defendant?
Why is it such a big deal for her to walk around her own house? Well, because they don't want her, like, coming out with a shotgun, right? You always keep somebody under supervision, right? Because they don't want her to grab a shotgun. They don't want her to grab a bottle of pills. They don't want her to, set the house on fire, right? So, yeah, they're going to supervise everybody in the house.
Doing, if anything?
She was wrapping up baby clothes, and she put them in a car seat. And then while she was doing that, I heard an older lady come in and start to yell at Lieutenant Daly.
Okay. Did that create any reaction from the defendant at all?
No. I asked her who that was downstairs, and she looked up and said she had no idea.
What happened next?
She handed me the baby seat and asked me to take it downstairs, and I told her no.
Okay, what did you do with it?
I put it on the ground. I said, we'll deal with that later.
What happened next?
She started packing a lot of books, and it's almost like this round basket with two handles. And I explained to her that her son's 4 months old. No need for all the books.
Are you fucking kidding me? He's 4 months old. What do? You just lock him in a closet and you water him twice a day. Like, I mean, the kid probably doesn't read at 4 months old, but you read to the kid, right? Kids 4 months old they love getting read to. Like, you read to the kid. Stimulation is important for baby's growing brain. And one of the best sort of forms of stimulation is interaction with parent. Parent reading to kid. Like, this, I was just like, are you kidding me? The kid doesn't need books? Of course the kid needs books.
you're going to see him in 2 weeks. So
What did she do with the books?
she handed me the basket and asked me to go downstairs, bring it downstairs.
And what did you do?
I told her we would deal with it later, and I put it down on the ground.
And you told her she'd see her son in 2 weeks?
Yeah, roughly. I said your next court date is on the 14th.
What happened after you put had that conversation with her and put the book carrier down?
At that point, Officer Houston had gone downstairs because of the commotion. So she said that she had to get more clothes out of her room. So I followed her into the room, but I never went in the room. I stayed on I guess the top landing, right before the door frame.
Okay. And did that seem to be a bedroom?
Yes.
Okay, so if you walk up the stairs, you had been in the room on the left, correct?
Yes.
Now she went across to the room on the right?
Yes.
Okay. You said you didn't go into the room yourself.
No.
Were you able to see her?
Yeah, she was 3 feet in front of me.
Okay, and what was she doing?
3 feet. That's his range.
She was wrapping up clothes, and she had paused, and she said something to the effect that these are dirty. And I said, listen, wherever the baby's going, I'm sure there's a washer and dryer.
Overruled.
I said, wherever the baby's going, most likely has a washer and dryer, so don't be concerned. And then I could tell she was getting upset. She started to shake, and I said, listen, court date is in 2 weeks. It'll be over before you know it.
Did something happen?
Yeah, 2 weeks is gonna sound like freaking forever. It's gonna sound like a 30-year bit.
Next.
Yes, she was on one knee when she was wrapping up the clothes, and she pushed off with her left foot and lunged behind the door frame. So to my left of her right.
Okay. Could you see what was there?
I want you to try this sometime. Go down on one knee and try that launching off maneuver that he's talking about. It's actually pretty challenging. I tried it. I hurt. It didn't feel good.
From where you are?
Not from my perspective, no.
What happened after she went behind the door frame?
She reappeared with a gun and pointed it right at me and pulled the trigger.
Can you?
So where's this gun supposedly located, right? Okay. So it's behind the door frame. She dashes out, and then
Describe or show us how she did that.
Yep. So when she came around the frame here, she came up and clicked.
Okay. Where was it pointed?
My face.
Okay. After
not center mass, huh? Okay.
It clicked. What happened?
I screamed her name. I was completely shocked. She had the drop on me. She began the drop. Which means she had the tactical advantage over me.
Okay.
I drew my weapon. She was already backpedaling, and she was doing what we call a tap rack. Basically, when you do a tap rack, that's when your gun malfunctions. So when you tap the magazine, you want to make sure it's properly seated in the magazine well, and then you rack the upper receiver or the
The thing is that most cops that I've seen do not immediately successfully do a tap rack bang. I have seen videos of police, like ordinary police, having weapons malfunctions. And you know what they typically do? They go, you know who does a lot of tap rack bang practice? People who get moved to tactical teams. That's where you get that practice. Because the average officer doesn't really get a whole lot of practice of what they get is here's how you clear, but they don't typically do a lot of the clearing drills. And so they don't typically know how to do it. So, yeah. So, yeah. I'm feeling like he's pulling out of his training. Are you challenging her for having proper firearm handling technique? I want to hear what her training was, because if her training is just standard police training, I'm not thinking that that is likely. I'm thinking it's more likely that this... I'm just saying I've got some doubts. I got some questions.
Okay, I think the judge was right, and I'd like him to see this, if I could. If you could just, because you made some...
I'm trying to understand the lingo too. Is it a tap, rap, like a...
Rack.
And she's been a cop for like 8 minutes. This guy's a SWAT team guy. Like,
Rack, yes.
May he stand up so you can see what he's doing, Judge?
All right, so there was a lot of commentary online. We're going to take this down a little bit on the speed just so you can see what he's doing, because there was a lot of commentary on this one.
So, a tap, and a rack.
So what he's showing is a tap and a rack, which isn't actually a great way to do it. A better way to do it is keeping on target, right? But yeah.
So, a tap, and a rack.
Okay. So tap on the bottom of the magazine?
Yes.
Or rack. Did she do that once or more than once?
She did it twice. So the first time she did it.
Okay, so tap, rack, bang, tap, rack. The thing is that usually if tap, rack, bang doesn't fix it, tap, rack doesn't fix it again. So I am very curious about how she's got the time to do this twice and what kind of malfunction she's got to do the tap, rack, bang, like tap, rack, click, tap, rack function. How shitty is this gun? And what is he doing? Like, the thing is, if you got somebody sitting there fiddle fucking their gun, yeah. Now, Nick Starro, his hand is showing a motion that draws his hand over the entirety of the gun because he doesn't have a gun in his hand. I'm sure if they... Like, I saw on Twitter you were making a lot of, like, thing about his motion, but if you actually gave him the plastic thing to demo with, I'm pretty sure he would show it a little more sensibly, right? But I mean, was this gun like recovered from some swamp or like the Gobi Desert or something? Like, because the tap, rack, bang drill solves basically a couple of malfunctions. It solves the malfunction of magazine improperly seated by that, right? It solves the problem of you either forgot to chamber around or it didn't chamber around because you, because you hadn't done that. Also, it solves the problem of safety because many firearms will not rack when the safety's on. But he's like, so she tap, rack, bang, she tap racks. This guy's got his gun out. Why is he not shooting?
It was slow motion. I could see her.
And you hear he was delivering his testimony super smooth, right? His testimony was super, super smooth. And now
Did she do that once or more than once?
She did it twice. So the first time she did it, it was slow motion. I could see her hand slide off.
So now he's kind of stumbling over himself a little bit. So yeah. Somebody said, Runkle, are you married? Your wife is lucky. I am married and I am lucky. My wife makes poor life choices, but yeah.
The top of the receiver. She started moving her way around the bed, and
now he says the top of the receiver. Let's talk about our firearm parts here with this very clearly plastic item. This part on the top is the slide. It is called the slide because it slides. This is the slide. The receiver is the frame on this particular item. So when he's like, slide versus frame. She was handling the slide. There are some firearms with like an upper receiver and a lower receiver, but I don't think she had one of them. Yeah, that annoyed me.
she began tap-racking again, and I was yelling at her, don't do it, don't do it.
And then what happened?
After she successfully got around in the chamber, her right arm started to come up, and I shot twice in rapid succession.
How did you know she successfully got around in the chamber? Because he's making it sound like he only fires because she has successfully gotten around in the chamber. Did I get around in that chamber? You'd never know. I don't see it. I could see drop the gun, because officers are trained like, but this does not make sense to me. I have some questions about this.
At her.
Yes.
Can you hold on one second, please? Yeah, I'll set that.
Her coming off her knee to lunge, return to shoot, misfire, backpedal, tap rack ×2. Seems like a SWAT dream move, and he recovered to get the shot on her. So he was lucky, but also awesome, right? His description feels a little bit too action movie, right? It feels like he's describing an action movie here.
What did you observe after you fired the second shot?
I saw her flinch. The gun went down, so I stopped shooting. She stopped her action, and then she went to the ground.
I also have yet to see an officer stop shooting just because the person, like, when cops are shooting in like these panic scenarios, they drop like 5-6 rounds into somebody.
Where was she at this point?
On the opposite side of the bed, in between the wall and the bed.
What did you do next?
I covered down on her.
And what does that mean?
So she's backing up, and somehow she gets on the opposite side of the bed. So now there's a bed in between you? How did that happen? Interesting.
I kept my gun on her or in the area of where she was because I couldn't really see all of her at that point.
What part of her could you see?
I think her legs, maybe. I don't really remember.
Okay.
And you weren't concerned that she still has the gun and could like pop you from under the bed. You can't see her hands, and you're telling me you're not, okay.
Did someone else appear at that time?
Lieutenant Daly.
Okay, and what did you see him do, if anything?
He came up, said, "Where's the gun?" I said, "She still has it. I'll cover you."
So he thinks she still got it. He has no line of sight on her. He thinks she's alive and trying to drill him. And he's like, we good.
And so what happened?
We walked around the bed. I stayed lethal force on her. He rolled her and saw the gun.
Okay, did you see the gun?
I did too. Yeah.
What happened with the gun?
He put it on the bed, and she was still conscious of where moving. I grabbed the gun. I moved it to the other side of the room.
Okay. What did you do next?
We immediately started first aid.
Okay. How so?
Putting pressure on the wound. We wanted to see if there was an exit wound, which there was. So we were trying to stop the bleeding. Lieutenant.
I mean, dude, you were lucky you took out John Wick over here. Like, okay.
Lieutenant. Officer Houston came running upstairs with a med kit. Lieutenant Daly started to wrap the wounds in gauze. And then Officer Court came into the room, and I ordered him to secure the weapon.
And did you see him do that?
I did.
Did you hear the defendant saying anything after she was on the ground?
It hurts.
No, that's the point where she got up and did a backflip through the window into a waiting car and sped off. Like,
And I said, just keep breathing. You have a baby to live for.
What happened next?
The medics showed up, fire department, and we all got out of their way so they could start working Kelsey.
Did they transport her out?
Yes, they did.
Did you look for anything after she was removed from the house?
So before she was removed from the house, I walked out of the bedroom just to give them space. It was just a very small room. There was a lot of stuff everywhere. Right to the right, there was some sort of, I don't know, end table where she lunged, and it looked like a wooden box of some sort, and the lid was open on that.
Did you look for any damage out in the hallway at all, or the other room?
When I got out into the hallway, the baby's room had a door with little glass panes. And we noticed, Officer Core noticed it first. He said, this is damaged. Did she get a round off on you? And I said, geez, maybe she did.
Okay, hold on. Just a,
Did you notice the broken glass?
Yes, I did, but there was nothing on the floor. So
At some point, did you?
Excuse me one second. Broken glass, where was it?
so on the baby's room, there's a door. I believe it was on the baby's room, and it had little glass panes.
Right.
keep in mind, this witness has had access to every other police officer and like all of the other stuff, right? This witness would have had access to the police reports, to all of this. So yeah, he's gonna be lined up with all of his details because that is what it, he's got access to that. Oh my God, I've been trying to work out who he reminds me of. He's the bloody architect from The Matrix. No, the architect was much more personable. So
one of them was damaged, but there was no glass on the floor, Your Honor, so I chalked it up as old.
Why did you shoot twice?
She wouldn't stop.
Do you know if you hit her with the first one or the second one?
I didn't know. The second.
So she wouldn't stop, which sounds like fire, pause, fire, because you got to assess. I mean, if he'd said something like, I trained to double tap, I'd be like, okay, fine.
One, I could visibly see her flinch. The first one, no, she was still getting ready to raise her arm.
Sir, I'm going to show you number of pictures. Sure. I'll show you what's been marked as exhibit number 6. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay, what is that?
That's the front of the defendant's house and the door that we entered.
Show me exhibit number 10. Do you recognize what that is? Is that the front door?
Oh, yes, that's the front door. The stairs are right to the right, yeah.
Show you what's been marked as exhibit number.
This I thought was like, what the so in order to do like a thing, they're holding up their cell phone. Okay. All right.
36. You recognize what that is?
The stairs leading up. The stairs leading upstairs. So right to the right would be the master, and if you took a quick little left, the baby's room.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 39. Is that the baby's room that you were talking about?
Yes.
Number 38. You recognize what that is?
The baby's room.
Is that the container, I guess you will, the books that we were talking about earlier at the bottom?
Oh, yes. Right there.
Did I turn the volume down on that by accident? Yeah. Make way for something. Chica something. My mommy is a something. I wish all like these are books for reading to the baby, right?
The books that we were talking about earlier at the bottom?
Oh, yes. Right there.
Eventually.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 49. You recognize what that is?
That would be the entrance going into the master.
Okay, is it bedroom?
Yes.
I'm sure you would have marked as exhibit number 51. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
That would be the box that was open to the left of the door frame.
Why are they taking all of these pictures with a potato? Like the grain on these pictures. I've seen less grain in a freaking bakery.
Number 50. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
Where were you in relation to this picture? Where were you when you first observed Miss Fitzsimmons pull out the gun and aim it at your face?
Right before the door frame.
Okay, so you back up a little?
Yeah. Probably right. Whoever took that picture, probably right there.
And where were you in relation to the door frame when you shot your weapon?
I used part of the door frame as some sort of cover, and
No, you used part of the door frame as concealment because that door frame is not cover. It is concealment because a bullet will go right through that.
I was leaning up against it with both my hands, so my gun and my wrists would have been in the room.
I'll show you what's been marked as exhibit number. I'll show you what's been marked as exhibit number 53. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Can you tell us, and Judge, if I may ask you to get down to point it out to you. Can you tell us where this Fitzsimmons was? If you may, to show the judge where Ms. Fitzsimmons was when she first tap-rapped it, if you can.
Right about here. And then she started sidestepping, and I was telling her not to do it. and I shot approximately right here, and she finished.
So wait a minute, because like 5 minutes ago, he said that she lunged behind the door frame and then was backing up. But now, like, so he said that she lunged behind the door frame, pulled the gun, and immediately tap, rack, bang, like tap, rack. And now he's saying the first time she tap racks is way back here. That doesn't seem like that's the same story. I'm hearing some differences in this story. You know, this story seems to be, I've heard two stories now.
So it makes sense to stop for the day at this point. And we'll pick it up at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. And witnesses, the folks that are on the witness list should continue to follow my order and rule. And that is not to watch any of the other folks' testimony. And we will pick up tomorrow morning.
All right, so that is day one. That is day one. I do not buy the story thus far. Now the thing is if you do buy the story, I saw somebody saying, I thought that his story was plausible. The thing is that in order to convict, you need to not just find his story plausible. You need to not just think his story makes more sense than her story. You need to be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that his version is true and her version is not true. In Canada, we have a formulation of this, and the formulation goes, first, if you believe the evidence of the accused and the evidence of the accused is exculpatory, if you believe that, then you must acquit, right? Because if you believe the accused, you must acquit. Second, if you don't believe the accused, but if the accused testimony nevertheless leaves you with a reasonable doubt, then you must also acquit. And so, as an example of this, I had a case, it was a fraud case. And in very, very broad terms, fraud case. Accused is accused of committing fraud. Accused testifies. Accused says, I didn't commit a fraud, I'm just very dumb. I am bad at maths, I'm bad at numbers, I'm bad at my bookkeeping. I didn't mean to commit a fraud, I just am bad at this. Okay. But the prosecution's case was that the people who were accusing her of fraud were also bad at things. They were also really bad at keeping track of all of these things. And so at the end of the day, the judge is like, do I believe the accused? No, I don't. I think the accused is full of crap. But the accused story is possible. So notwithstanding the fact that I don't believe the accused, I have reasonable doubt based on the accused version because it could have happened. And if it could have happened, then I have to acquit. Even though I think the accused is probably lying. Could acquit, or got to acquit. So, how is it not perjury if the judge doesn't believe them? Because that is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt of lying. So that is not how that works. Could I turn myself up a bit? That is the first time I've had that asked. Yes, I can. Here we go. I am back at 0 decibels. All right. So the thing is it's not just the legal error is if you're like, hey, this is person one, this is person two, which one, like, I think this person more than the other. Is Runkle peeking out his mic? I just turned it to 0. So if you just like, which one do I believe more, therefore, or I believe him more, therefore convict, that's a legal error. That's not beyond a reasonable doubt. You have to get to beyond a reasonable doubt. So is that Bucky's hot sauces? It is Bucky's hot sauces. Somebody sent me Bucky's hot sauces. Runkle, back to where you were. Okay. Everybody wants my volume at a different place. There we go. So you've got to so we'll have to see where the judge lands. I mean, if this was me, if I was the judge, I could tell you that I would be at like, okay, I'm not saying Officer Beardo is lying. I'm not saying Officer Beardo is truthful. What I'm saying is that Officer Beardo I'm not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt of Officer Beardo. And so maybe Officer Beardo is truthful. Even if you think that he's likely truthful. Even if you think it's really likely that his version is the truth. Still got to acquit. It's got to be beyond a reasonable doubt. So we'll see. We got to see what the judge eventually decides. We have not seen all the evidence. The prosecution may have more evidence. We certainly have not seen the cross-examination of this witness. And I see people who are like, look, why didn't he cross-examine the I see people who are saying, why didn't he cross-examine the boyfriend, the ex, that hard? The ex isn't the one he's got to go to. The ex is less the story. The one he's got to cross-examine real hard is this officer. Now, I mean, I've got some other questions here. Are we going to hear her version of it from her? Yes, she's likely to testify. I think she's going to testify. But the question is like, what do they think her plan was? What do they think she was going to do? Like, just shoot Noonan in the face and like call it a day? Do they think she was planning on shooting Noonan and then like John Wicking her way through this house? Like, what's the plan? The prosecution version just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You could say maybe she was planning to suicide by cop, except if she was planning to do that, why is she actually pulling the trigger? Why is she pulling the trigger if the plan is to, death by cop? That makes no sense. I just don't get it. Did the prosecution finish direct examination? Yes, they did. They said, I have no more questions. And the judge is like, okay, we'll wrap it for the day. The defense theory of the case makes sense to me, right? The defense theory is basically she's got a big sad because she's got postpartum, etc., and puts it to her head, and he yells, Kelsey, don't do it. Kelsey, don't do it. And he does the stupid thing because sometimes police do stupid things. There's a video out there on the internet that I recommend you don't watch. And the video goes like this. They've got a guy on a ledge on a building. and they're trying to talk him down from the ledge on the building. And they're like, you should come inside. And he's like, go fuck yourselves. And they're like, okay. And you know what an officer does? Officer's super bright. You know what he does? An officer leans out the window and tases bro. They tase the guy. And so you see the guy get tased, and what happens when he gets tased? Well, off he goes, and splat. And the thing is that, like, officers don't necessarily have the best thing, like the best responses. There are plenty of cases where officers have had somebody who's got a thing pointed to their own head, and the officers pop them. In fact, there are so many of these cases that they actually passed a law in this area that says that it is not justification for deadly force if the only person that somebody's a threat to is themselves. Oh yeah, there we go. It all comes back to Massachusetts regulation that provides that an officer may not use deadly force against a person who poses only a danger to themselves. Why do you think they had to pass this law? Right? Why do you think they had to pass this? It is because cops shoot people who are sometimes trying to, dome themselves. They had to pass this because it happens. And so the thing is that if this is what happened, if Noonan shot her, then Noonan is liable legally for having shot her. Even though it saved her life, Noonan could go to jail and be sued and various other things because you're not allowed to shoot somebody who's going to dome themselves. And so if you're wondering what motivation would Noonan have to lie if Kelsey Fitzsimmons' version is true, the reason he would have to lie would be because it creates liability. Again, if Fitzsimmons' version is true. Whereas if Noonan's version is true, nothing makes any freaking sense to me. Like, so she's trying to kill Noonan. Why? Like, where does that go? Now, or is the argument, okay, she's just completely so mentally ill that she's just shooting at random and she doesn't know? Maybe. I mean, it's possible. But their version of things is not floating, Yeah, I find Kelsey Fitzsimmons' version of events very plausible. Her version is grabs firearm, puts it up, and that, that he makes the wrong call and drills her. Very plausible to me. Super plausible. Whereas the version of Kelsey Fitzsimmons decides to drill him, I find that makes no sense, right? That to me just doesn't make... So if I'm the judge or if I'm the jury, I'm acquitting. Straight up. And based on what we've heard today. Now, maybe the prosecution's got some excellent witness who's coming next, who's going to be like, I am a psychic and I am never wrong. And I know via the powers of magic that she was going to drop him. Okay. Yeah. I saw some people saying, why isn't she charged with attempted murder? Because the grand jury heard this story and the grand jury refused to return a true bill on the attempt murder, which means that the grand jury does not believe that, the prosecution version of events. The grand jury believes something happened, but not that. So interesting, right? Anyway, let's cover super chats because I am way behind. Simon Gigi Cat, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Pop Princess, hey all, happy Monday. Happy Monday. After this, I get to have roast. I think it's deer, actually. I'm not sure if it's beef or deer. So Mrs. Runkle was like, I'm going to cook a roast. And she was going to cook it for Saturday, but then she forgot to defrost it. And so then she's like, I'm going to cook it for Monday because she had plans Sunday evening. So that didn't happen. And so at like 4:30 in the afternoon, Mrs. Runkle is like, hey, how long does a roast take? And I'm like, we are not eating this for dinner. Like, I am not going to eat this roast before the stream starts if it's 4:30 and it's not already in the oven. So she's like, well, have something to eat and it'll be ready for you after the stream. And it smells delicious. It smells delightful. But it is not it's not yet done. Joy W says, how does one receive or send a pew pew through the mail asking for a friend? In Canada, it is legal and common. Is this the poor life choice you referenced earlier, Runkle? No, the poor life choice I referenced Mrs. Runkle making was, hooking up with Mr. Runkle. Because, yeah. Whoop. We got this one. Ian, go rinse your eyes. They feel fine now. They did suck for a bit. Hysterica Claus says, R.I.P. Runkle's eye. I can still see fine. My baffled brain says, go rinse your eye. I'm fine now. Nancy Druby says, how about goggles around any hot sauce? Within sight, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hot sauces, and there's probably more than that because I've got this place is a mess. 8. No, that's gun oil. That doesn't count as a hot sauce. 9, 10. I have at least 10 hot sauces within my direct reach. So, yeah, that is just how that goes. So, what is it? Hunk Banana No. Goal unclear. I got confused and made myself a drink. Cheers. Michael Garrison. Do not rinse your eye. It will make it worse. Yeah, if you ever get pepper sprayed, do not rinse your eyes. You will feel regret. Simon Gigi Cat. Sorry, all my the Young Jerks family. I'm guessing he was streaming at the same time. Thank you for joining me, I guess. Hunk Banana No, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. A girl named Joey. Why is it always Massachusetts? Lol, this town is next door to me and it's normally quite sane. I feel like it's built on a hellmouth, like in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. That's about as far as I know Buffy lore, but or whatever it was that Gotham was supposedly built on that makes Gotham terrible. So yeah. Yeah. Meme Empress, novel concept for Massachusetts, body cams. The thing is, if they had body cams, then they will make things difficult for a lot of them. I mean, SecFo is mostly door duty. Yeah, that's fair. And the fire team that responds to stuff, the fire team mostly just sits around and does nothing because there's not a whole lot of people who want to go hug the nukes. So, yeah. Chicago Marie, I appreciate your brutal, honest commentary and insight on all these cases, Runkle. I call them as I feels them. Vez from Quebec, let's get you that beer. I'll be on Replay Crew tomorrow. Have fun, guys. Have fun. We got to figure out an October date. Meme Empress, replay that hand gesture 20 times. Thanks. No. That's the jacking as opposed to racking gesture that the prosecutor made. Stephanie says, cheers. Cheers. Brentwood Chic lurking tonight, but wanted to send support. Thank you, Brentwood Chic. It's really appreciated. Lazy LCH. I think Justin is a POS, but I can't help but wonder if she really acted the fool at the party to the point where her own bridesmaids were plotting against her regarding the TRO. Does that change anything relating to this case? Thing is, she could have she could have banged a stripper on the table in front of the entire guest group. And it still wouldn't make sense for this. What would she have done at the Jack and Jill, thing? I don't see it, right? So, and I don't even see how it gets too relevant. Will be going over the court filing last week by Maya Kowalski? I will have to find that and have a look at it and then go over it. Chelsea Rama, when practicing for home defense at the range, is there a good way to simulate the crisis, high pressure, adrenaline, stress part of the equation? So you can never simulate it perfectly, right? Because the fear, you can't make yourself fear in the way that you might need to, right? That's just not available. But you can do some simulation of the adrenaline. And the way you do that is go for a run. Get your heart rate up. Do some things that get you pumped. Go do push-ups. Do all of those things. And then, when you're trying to hold steady and you are really tired, one of the things you can have is you'll notice that your aim is real funky, right? The other thing that's fun is I had a so I went to a brutality match, and the brutality matches are intentionally difficult. And one of the things that happened in this particular brutality match was you had to carry a shield, like a ballistic shield. And those ballistic shields are 40 pounds. This was a big, heavy one. And so you pick up this shield and you haul ass with it. And you had to run for something 100 meters with this shield. And then you had to turn to face the targets, walk up towards the targets, and engage the target over the shield. And then you had to move forward about 15 feet and engage the target over the shield, and move forward 15 feet and engage the target over the shield. All of that was with an AR. All of that was with an AR-15. Then you set down the AR-15, because I'm used to meters. It would have been in yards or feet or something, but I'm just estimating the distance in meters, right? Then you set down the AR, you ground it, and you turn to another target, and you draw a handgun, and you shoot at that target, the handgun target, one-handed. And the problem I was having with my semi-auto was that I'd fire and it would fail to cycle. And the reason why it was failing to cycle is I have noodle arms. And my weak-ass noodle arms were so exhausted that when I fired, my arm went... And when your arm goes... when you shoot, the slide that is supposed to go all the way back and then slot in another round was just going boop. So instead of the slide firing and it goes, all the way back, it was just going boop, boop, boop. And then it wouldn't chamber another round. So what would I have to do? I'd be like, eh. And then I had to, manually rack it and then go, eh. And my arm was going, so my aim was dog shit. My ability to to properly hold the round without limp wristing it. That's what they call it, limp wristing, when it does that, was 0. And so I was sucking at this particular stage, but I learned a lot, right? I learned a ton about, about all of this. So it was great practice. It was excellent for getting some expertise, some knowledge, some some familiarity with shooting in a bad situation, shooting in a shitty situation. So I'm glad I did it, even though it sucked, right? So absolutely, I recommend this kind of thing. Do 3-gun matches, do timed matches, because I can tell you, I never realized how much I suck at shooting. Like, you don't know how much you suck at shooting until you're trying to suck at shooting on the clock. Because on the clock, you suck at shooting more than you have ever sucked at shooting before. Just straight up, right? You think you're bad at shooting? Oh, you're not bad until you're bad on the clock, because that's when all of the problems come out. It's way easier if you're just sitting there, you got all the time in the world, you can take a nice deep breath, you can line up, you don't have your heart going, you don't have any of this. Put it on the clock. So all of that is helpful. I can tell you that 3-gun and IPSC and all of those things are helpful. So yeah. All right, carrying on. What is it? Law-abiding rebel. Cheers. Joanne M. Jedi Platypus. Runkle needs beer, and I need a lemon pound cake. So I am hoping that I will be able to make a lemon pound cake related announcement sometime. Chicago Marie contributing to the beer fund. Thank you so much. Red LN, I guess. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Mary Matilda May, thank you for being a member. It's really appreciated. The Rando Mando, have you ever had a client that was guilty, but not the way the prosecution said they did it? Yes. I can't give many details here, but I have had cases where the accused was guilty, but not the way the prosecution thought. That there were other things going on that that the prosecution didn't realize, and yeah. The meme empress, I can think of something that comes in a teacup. Fair. JB143 Kevin, yay, 2 years with Runkle. Thank you. That is an awesome milestone. Happy 2-year Runkle anniversary to me. Happy Monday. Mrs. Runkle forgot it was Monday too, which was like, okay. So what is it? Mispronounced name. Are you able to use the beauty statistic to have clients provided with, or at least allowed access to makeup when held in custody? I'd certainly argue it. Usually they don't have any problem with like clothing. I don't think they'd have any problem with makeup. I gotta see. I've never asked for makeup, but the thing is like male to female, your clients are like 95% male to 5% female. And usually, like, the men are much more likely to be in custody than the women. Women are rarely... you'd need that for, like, a serious in-custody jury trial. And so the... I have yet to, like, defend a woman on a murder or something like that. So... Harbinger of imminent death. Let's say you find the prosecution's narrative more believable. How does any of this he said, she said, or inference about what she may have been thinking go to beyond a reasonable doubt? You can get a conviction on a he said, she said case. That is entirely possible. But, yeah. Harbinger of imminent death. I forgot this is Massachusetts. The standard is beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. Yeah, that is a higher standard. So, Victor Man, Kelsey's dad is a security guru, which is why all the cameras. I feel like I need to hire Kelsey's dad. I don't know. Whiskey? Wife wants some high runkle. I don't have any edibles. I don't have anything here other than the remainder of this pack. And Mrs. Runkle would get annoyed if I started making a habit of making the whole house smell like weed. Also, this stuff is like super dry, so it's actually really harsh. Skeesy says, what on earth is in the water in Massachusetts? I do not know. Nick Starro, 36 months. You can't get rid of me. I'm not trying, man. I like having you here. Brianna, 9521. Can you explain why Noonan is the victim and the charges against Kelsey? Because she's charged with pointing a gun at him, right? So, yeah. So that's why. NS Nancy, thank you for becoming a member. Much appreciated. Kelsey Matson, finally starting law school part-time after my 35th birthday this year, furthering my career in public service after 10 years. You're a major inspiration to me. Thank you. That is awesome. I started out part-time, and then I picked up from part-time and went to full-time because I was kind of bored. So yeah. But I mean, if you're working, then part-time is probably the better choice. And honestly, if you like law, you'll have a great time. If you don't like law, you're going to hate it. So yeah. M. Lindsay W., welcome aboard. Thank you. Meme Empress, he has the eyes of Mr. Beast, dead and cold. I think that might be a little unfair to the boyfriend. Mr. Beast kind of scares me, to be honest. The Partial God, thank you for your streams. You are awesome. Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Beast kind of is terrifying. And I don't want to elaborate. Equality, so it wasn't just me who thought he's not blinking. His eyes scare me. Yeah, it's a thing. Me Empress going to get a spray bottle of holy water. Blink, motherfucker. Yeah. Someone bloody random. Professional streamer alert. Yeah, I totally screwed that up. that was bad. Can we hear court now? Good. Yay. And I see whoever's saying, I'm going to try to get into law school too, and you're basically my biggest inspiration. I am blushing. B is for Bob. Shout out. Shout out. Thank you. Denver says, for brain fart meds, although SB free in Canada. Fair. Lazy LCH. Okay, I have to go to bed now. We'll watch the rest on replay. Good night and hope your back feels better. Yeah, it's going to be a thing. Skeesy, congrats. You win Best Brain Fart of the Day award. I do. I am going to, after this, I'm going to go play, well, not play with, but examine a firearm. Michigan Farm Boy, hearing shots as a fireman, I ran from danger, leaving my sister, child, and ex-fiance to deal with any repercussions. Yeah. Amanda Florentin, good thing she didn't marry this guy. Right? I feel like she's probably counting her lucky stars on that. He's got 9 guns. What is Mr. Beast? Mr. Beast is like the top YouTuber on the planet. He earns like $1 million every time he puts out a video. I think more than. He is like, basically draped in money. And he also, yeah. DZNY Babe, I live outside Chicago. I can help with planning stuffs, and I look forward to meeting you. That is awesome. I am looking into places in Chicago, and one of the things I want is I want to set up a place that is wheelchair accessible. Somebody reached out to me and was like, hey, it was like me and my brother, I think it was, would like to attend. He's in a wheelchair. Can you make that, can that be a thing? And I'm like, 100%. We will absolutely, make that, make that happen. And, yeah, so wheelchair accessible is mandatory. Because if I've got somebody who says I'm in a wheelchair and I want to go, I want them to be able to go. So 100%. T-Rex Travels says, so if the defendant is out on bail while the judge is trying to decide potentially months or even years, do you just get to live your life on release? It doesn't take years for them to decide, but sometimes it can take a month. And yes, Peyton Weismiller, you looked cool doing the tapper action. Thank you. I do not look cool doing it in real life. I can tell you that. There's people who are way better at it than I am. Harbinger of imminent death. I've heard that high trigger pull strengths on police department issued objects to prevent negligent discharges is a contributor to PD pew inaccuracy. True? Yes, but less so now because a lot of places, but a lot of the time they have a really, really heavy trigger pull. So it does make things harder. Montana Lil, Mr. Cool Hand, Luke's SWAT guy didn't think about closing the 3-foot distance while she was fiddle fucking with the weapon. I mean, why didn't he tackle her is going to be a question there, right? So, music to my soul. I was also unclear on how Noonan ended up behind the door frame, where he claimed that Kelsey had been, and Kelsey was over by the AC before he shot. It doesn't make sense to me. Graham Tam, first time super chat. How did Justin get the car seat? Kansas for Kelsey. I assume that they pulled it out at the time. She'd prepped it with stuff, so I assume they gave it to her. Will this depend on the level of firearm knowledge the judge has to specifically pick apart some of this stuff? Yes. Troy Boy has a good question. Will you be going to the Supreme Court with the CCFR? I'm not on the file. It's other lawyers on that file. CCFR has counsel, and so that said, I am going to what do you call it? I may go and fly to Ottawa to watch it. I would like to do that. So yeah. Will this depend on the level of firearm knowledge the judge has to specifically pick apart some of this stuff? Here's the thing. The judge has no firearm knowledge by law. And what I mean by that is that if the judge happens to be the world's greatest IPSC shooter, he is a person who can, he can bullseye a fly's testicles with a 22 at 200 meters, 10 times out of 10. That doesn't matter because the judge does not get to bring in any of his knowledge. So if I was a judge, and I don't think that's ever likely to happen, but if I'm a judge and they come in and they're like, it's a gun file, I have to pretend I don't know shit because I cannot rely on my knowledge. And the reason for that is just trial fairness, right? Because you can't have a situation where the one side wins or loses based on stuff that is inside my head that none of them got to cross-examine about, right? They have to have the option, the ability, in order to properly address it. And so everything's got to be, called in evidence. That's how that goes. So Rob Price shows she was just over an arm's length from this cop, and he expects us to believe she jumped, grabbed behind a door he was standing in, and then just went John Wick. That is his testimony. Rob Price says, I was thinking she realized there was a firearm by the door, and she went to surrender it, and Deputy Dumbass panicked and shot. That's not her testimony, or not what her testimony is expected to be. Then had to cover his ass with this story because of the upper comment. That's not what her testimony is expected to be. Michigan Farm Boy says she pulls, puts to her head. He freaks and draws his, possibly accidentally discharged first round and then drills her, possibly as she's getting scared that he's shooting her and brings gun towards him after the first shot. Maybe, possible. Laura Liani, thanks for covering this case. Same time tomorrow. Probably same time tomorrow. I'm going to ask Mrs. Runkle to move date night and we'll do that. Okay, so I think this is a really interesting case. I think it's fascinating. I'm going to go get some sleep, and we will see everyone tomorrow, probably. I assume Mrs. Runkle is going to be okay with me moving date night, and I will see everyone tomorrow. So good night, all.